All right. Hello, everyone. How we doing? Good to see all you. I have really good coffee today, which is good. It's very. You could say the coffee is rich, which is what our character is gonna be. Boom, perfect segue. I am the best streamer who ever lived. I'm simply built different. I'm simply built different. Good to see everyone. How we doing today? Cheeky, Roddy, Brucey, Foster, Fan, Tenor, Arconia, Shay, Reckless Monster, Stump, Aaron, Itsukato, Loading Screen, Kitty, Jaybridge, no, hi Jaybridge, bye Jaybridge, Brendan, Atris. Top 5 easy, I'll take it. I'll take it. So, the goal for the next few Wonderland streams, I imagine, because this is going to take me a bit, I want to get 1,000,000,000 gold on this character. I have 200 something million, 230 or something right now, 240, something in that range. And because the new featured is a kind of a callback to the community featured where it was all mimics, there's a few rooms in this one that are just mimics. And those are really good for money. So we're going to do a little bit of rooting, a little bit of optimizing, find how we can kill the most mimics in the shortest amount of time, and then we're going to spam the ever-loving fuck out of that, and try to get 1,000,000,000 gold before this run goes away. That's the goal. 1 billion? 1 billion is the goal. Yeah, I like setting ridiculous goals for myself, whether it's crystal count, whether it's great bow count, whether it's gold. It's nice to have goals. You'll see a lot of, like, more conventional farms, like, I want this specific item. I prefer setting, like, goals. It's nice to have goals. The limit for characters in the copy pasta? Yeah, Twitch character limit is 250. Hey dog, how you doing? Hey DPS, welcome back. Immunity's annoying. On the mimics, it can be. I play mostly melee builds, so it doesn't really affect me, but I could totally see it being annoying. If you are going to farm the mimics on this, I highly recommend bringing in some sort of melee setup, whether that's swinging a big old Banshee like this, whether that's Snake Sticks, Ghostblade, Dreadwind, Storm Dragon's Judgment, Stab-O-Matic, just melee damage is what you need. Insight Ring. I love Insight Ring. It's got ability crit damage too. This thing really tried. Ascended green armor with movement speed. That's crazy. 40% movement speed? Like, that's good enough to use on its own. Ugh. Still on the hunt for better Banshee. I got my second Ascended Banshee yesterday. And honestly, maybe we try to use that today. If I'm not taking Elemental Overflow, then the Dark Magic one will just be an upgrade. That's not the right Banshee. Oh, I messed up. If I get the Consec hits enchant on this, then we can just use that. But I didn't get it. That's okay. This guy asked about increasing the duration of Grills in the Mist to 6 seconds from 5 for my rebalance mod. Inclined to say no, but figured I'd ask the Grand Tsar of Beastmaster his opinion. The thing with increasing the duration of Gorillas in the Mist is that it's kind of directly tied to anointment economy. Like, in a world without anointments at all, Gorillas in the Mist is busted OP, redonkulous. There's no reason to use another action skill if you're doing a gun build for Flak. So just increasing the duration just makes it stronger. But The balancing factor behind Gorillas in the Mist in vanilla Borderlands 3 is the fact that it severely limits what you can do with your anointments. Because you're not cycling action skills as fast as 3-Shot Fadeaway or Rack Attack can. You don't have as complete uptime as Gamma Burst does. So it really depends on how impactful you think anointments are going to be in your mod with an extra second, Aaron. If you think that losing that second of potential anointment downtime would be worse, less impactful than, like, gaining the second of Gorillas in the Mist, then I wouldn't do it. I'm leaning towards no, is the short answer. Because it sounds really powerful, because you did tone down anointments in your mod. Morning, Zank. How you doing? I have a pasta I want to submit as a joke from earlier about drill. Feel free. Hey, Beaver. Happy Friday. 2 mil for a green? Yeah, I mean, out of my 224. That's fine. That's fine. Alright, let's do the thing. Yes, cat. Hi. You're catting. I appreciate that. So, we're gonna try a few methods. First method. We're gonna do farming the first room and resetting, and we're gonna average out the amount of gold we get for each of those. The scientific method. So let me open Notepad and calculator. So we got 224,353,079. So I'm going to do this room, pick up every shred of gold, and then reset. And we're going to do that process 5 times and record the amount of gold we get each time. And then I'm going to try going to the obelisk room and resetting. And we're going to do that 5 times. We're also going to keep track of how long each of these takes us. Five isn't a huge sample size, but it's efficient enough for what we need right now. Okay, 50 seconds going slow. So going efficiently, I could cut that down to 30. Let's pick up all the monies. PM money per minute, something like that. Now this is gonna also be without selling the stuff that drops. Mimics drop a shit ton of cosmetics, and that's also not including the gear. Cat, are you good? Okay, so that was 809,592.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
Now we reset. Animal lover here? Yeah, me too. Him too. Used to measure DPS and trons per second. That's our metric in this game. Parasites per second. Parasite got buffed, Atris, so Parasite's actually a little bit tankier than it used to be. A little bit less of a meme. Still mechanically simple, but honestly not super fragile anymore. Okay, yeah, that was 40 seconds. Better. I just gotta, like, not run too far. So... yeah, let me reformat this a little bit. 1 second. Okay. That'll be a little more readable for me. So 817,688 in that run. Got like 600 mil from that week alone. Yeah, I got so much from the community featured week. It was really nice. Baby Mimics only take melee, correct? No spell damage. I don't know how it's distributed among the Mimic types specifically, but yeah, it is a thing. The chance per second. Maybe that's fair. I need to keep track of where the enemies actually die so I can, like... loot them efficiently. So we're in the 40 to 50 second range on average. And one died up there, if I remember correctly. Maybe the money fell down. I guess the money fell down. Okay. I think the mini mimics inherited the parents' immunities. That would make sense. That would make sense. $939K that run? Interesting. I was double checking the math because that's like a weird spike, but alright. Nothing like not being a melee class and getting hounded by a horde of melee-only mini-mimics. Can't relate. Hey Kirk, how you doing? Took me so long to understand the gear system and builds in this game. Finally clicked with me last night I was playing, now I'm enjoying it even more. Yeah, I get my enjoyment out of the gear and builds side of things, Zank, as you know. So I love to see other people having that moment of like, oh, hey, this is my shit. Cool. Pretty comfortably 39 to 51 range, depending on enemy behavior and how close attention I'm paying. Stealing builds from people and using them since I hate making my own because it never turns out the way I want. Decided to spend the last few days going over some things, finally got something going good. Hey, that's good. And I don't necessarily regard that as stealing builds because, remember, there's a huge combination of ways you can play the game, but in terms of archetypes, it is a limited amount. Eventually, you're going to have something that's going to look very similar to what someone else is doing, and now arriving at that conclusion independently happens all the time. But, like, I don't think of it as stealing. I think of it as, like, as long as you're crediting people appropriately. Always credit people appropriately. If you got inspiration from somewhere, say that. If you just completely lifted something somewhere, say that. Just as a general thing. But a lot of the time I'll find myself inspired by interactions, things other people are doing. So yeah, give yourself a little more credit. Hey new X-Men, how you doing? As Diablo fan, the endless gear hunt is cozy and this game got it good. Yeah, Stump, I agree. Someone I play with told me the feature is impossible for him to do solo because he has a gun build. Not every Mimic is immune, so you need to find the ones that he can actually damage. One second. Okay. These are pretty stable. These are pretty stable money-wise. So, what we can conclude, I'm going to save quit for a clean instance here. What we can conclude here is, I know that was only 4 tests, but that's enough to confirm. 800 to 900k range on average. Sometimes spikes higher, sometimes will be lower, depending on what exactly I kill and how. And the time can vary, plus or minus 10 seconds, depending on what I do and what the enemies do. But on average, first room yields, if we average those, eyeballing it, roughly 870k. So now, we're going to go through to the obelisk room. Complete the obelisk room, and then check a total. Gonna play Strand stream? Yeah, that's tomorrow. That is tomorrow. So let me mark down my total for money right now. Hey JC, how you doing? Happy Friday. Wish I could be here for the Catterday stream of golf tourney starting at 8 a.m. so like to miss the whole stream. Ah, it's okay. You know, I got the VODs channel, so you're all good. You're all good. Won't miss nothing. Morning, Urban Mech. Hope we're feeling well. Yeah, I'm feeling okay. Don't need to worry about crystals, because I'm not going to complete this run. I probably don't need to take curses because of that, but whatever. Ulube? A Ulube channel is a different kind of streaming, I imagine. That's probably a real thing. Realized it was YouTube. Exclamation point YT, I think, shows both the channels. Or, I don't know, there's a command for it. It's just Quag Archive, is the name of the channel. I upload every single VOD of every single stream. Sometimes they're multi-parters if my connection cuts out, but I can't be bothered to actually edit those together. Okay, so we elite this so that the Obelisk room is elite. And that is solely so that the boss is tankier, so that he dies slower, so that we can maybe get a couple extra mimics in. Yeah, as long as Contagion behaves, it's fairly sustainable. Wonder if there's a curse route or a room route that allows you to get buff buddies or healing vengeance before you get here. Probably not. Oh, it died. Just subs, I don't miss it. YouTube's better for listening to Twitch because I can lock my screen and video still plays. Yeah. Alright, time-wise, 5:44. So, like, I highly suspect Room 1 farming is more efficient, but let's see how much money we got from that. A Primordial Banshee with no hilt mod, no element. Sad. Yeah, static charge. Nice. Okay, almost exactly 3.11 mil. Almost exactly. So we divide that. Generous by 5. Yeah, room 1 farming is more efficient. Not by much, but it's more efficient. Cool. So what that means... Save put for a clean instance again. Standing by this so hard, legendary melee weapons shouldn't be able to spawn without help mods. Yeah, just like how I don't think legendary amulets should be able to spawn without an element. So, we farm room 1 of this. This is our life now. I will probably mix it up and do some full runs. For enjoyment purposes, but that was a quick little test to see which is more efficient money-wise, and it is this. Now, if you can engineer a way to stay in that obelisk room for longer, it probably catches up with longer time spent in there. Like, if you can get into the obelisk room faster and then spend longer there than I did, it probably wins. But there's a much bigger margin of error there, whereas with this, it's as simple as clear first room, pick up money, reset. They would get a sigil and element other than Chakra Frost. That'd be nice to get a legendary sigil in, like, Dark Magic. I think that'd be cool. I suppose, technically speaking, using a pickaxe here would be more optimal. Because the pickaxe would also spawn money. Do members have a chance to drop all the cosmetics? Only base game ones, I believe. As far as I'm aware, they do not include the DLC ones in their pool. Hey, Holo. How you doing? Good to see ya. We're having a stonks day. I missed a good item in a vendor one time, and I really never let that shit go. I internalized it. I just need more money. I require more money. Yo, same. Alright, glad to hear. Winding down in the evening. Oh yeah, this is like the dead of night for you. I always forget. I used to live the degen hours. I think I'm like... My body will not allow me to survive such a lifestyle at this point. I don't think I can go back. Yeah, pickaxes sounded pretty good here. Thinking pickaxe with live wire? Do I have a pickaxe on me? Weird that I don't. I can check my bank. Probably have a good one. You can feel a few vampire cramps. Let me check for a pickaxe. I guess I've been picky. Oh well. The other day I spent 5,000 bark monies and left the room. I was like, just happened. Can't let that go either. A couple times I've abandoned large amounts of crystals so I can get more runs in. It worked out, because that's exactly what I did to get that last super run in before the extended features went away. That's how we got that 74k run. I cut the looting of the previous one short. Why doesn't have pickaxe in this horde? I moved it to a mule, or I have it on another build currently. Now, what I could do is, we could go through an actual run, and then go spend crystals at the bunny to get a pickaxe for me to use here. I should probably do that. But am I going to do that right now? No. Saving gold for this time? I just kind of want to have 1 billion gold, JC. My current goal that I've set for myself in Wonderlands is I want to have 1 billion gold before this feature goes away. Just no specific reason. Just something I want to do. Morning, Cryptic. How are you? Picky about pickaxes. I see what you did there. Accidental, but I am a genius. Got Ascended Armor, Burst Ammo, 40% move speed, 30% all damage. Ascended stats are so crazy. Good, Nalvos, how you doing? Just hoping it doesn't cap reset. It doesn't. It's not like BL3 where there's a visual limit. It goes up to the integer overflow, which is higher than that. It's like 2 point something bill where your money actually goes away. Is this kind of the equivalent of save quit farming? I'm not farming for an item, Doc. I'm doing a money farm. Now, in terms of how I'm accessing this, I guess you could equate it to a save quit. But something very key that I'm doing here is I'm not fighting one enemy. I'm not going endlessly to one named enemy and dumpstering them in half a second to look at one loot pile and then look at a loading screen. I'm still... I have a higher proportion of gameplay than a save quit farm of a single enemy game. So that's how I justify that. We're in Funky Town. That was clever. There we go. Arconium's got the number. That is the amount that once you hit, your money resets to 0. Because computers and math. Amusingly, people hit that number fairly often in Borderlands 3 because we did not have much to actually spend our money on. So people just kind of had a lot just by playing. But in this game, we actually have good money sinks, which is nice. Hey, there's a quartz there. I learned something today. On Cast 26, can't get past the boss. Drops are not worth the level below. Any tips? I don't remember which boss that is. Let me look. 26. Wastard. Okay. So that's going to be a DPS check. That is the game telling you that you don't have enough damage or that you need to change your strategy to overcome a boss mechanic. Wastard is just... think of it as a tiered DPS check. Either you need enough damage to completely ignore all of the mechanics and melt the boss before he can do anything, which is achievable but difficult. Or you need enough damage that you win a war of attrition against the boss where you melt him until he spawns the bird, then you melt the bird and go back to melting the boss. You do still need DPS for that because the bird is going to heal and the time it takes you to kill the bird. So the way you improve that method is by doing more damage to the bird. So you can either do more damage to the boss, more damage to the bird, or option 3, which is find ways to nullify boss mechanics that are stopping you from being able to do options 1 and 2. For example, Wastard does high damage. He only has 2 attacks, though, and those 2 attacks are extremely easy to avoid with the right tech. The Purple Nova is range-based. It is quite long range, but you can outrange it if you have a build that is able to do damage at long range and has good movement speed. Or you can block it with line of sight. Simply taking cover with any of the obstacles in the arena blocks it. So you just kind of strafe in and out of cover as he does that attack. The Skull attack can either be strafed if you have enough distance, or you can block it with a Sigil spell. It does not go through the barriers from Sigils. So doing any of those nullifies Wastard's attacks, which gives you a great opportunity to unload because he doesn't move during those attacks. And he doesn't move much in general, but he's got a big ol' open crit spot. Also, making sure you match elements, using lightning on his wards and fire on his flesh goes a long way. So those are some things that might help you out. Thanks, you're very welcome. Yeah, I'm so smart. You could sell items in BO3 for way more than in Wonderlands. True, true. You can sell items for like millions in BO3. Yeah. It's a decent amalgam. It's trying. Should have got everything. So this might seem tedious, but we've already made 15 mil today. I've been streaming for 50 minutes. I do starting soon for like 12. And then I talked for a bunch. So we've been playing for like half an hour. And already made some real good progress. If anyone does not have all their SDUs, this is a really good time to knock that out on any of your builds. Because you can just come in here on the highest chaos level you can handle, slap it on intense for that extra gold multiplier, and go nuts. Make sure you have that Moolah Shrine. If you can get a good pickaxe, that helps, because it spawns money on hit. You didn't complete the DLC to get Wastard? No. No, Wastard is a base game boss, Pointy Toes. You have had Wastard, you just probably forgot. You have to go through Wastard, like, in the story. And, all the Chaos Trials that have 6 in them, I believe, are Wastard. The 7s are Drill. I think the 6s are Wastard. Yeah, Wastard equals Son of a Witch. Same enemy, he's just renamed in the Chaos Chamber for some reason. Roughly 130 mil per stream, not too shabby. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. I really should get that pickaxe, huh? Because that's extra on each hit. Do this for another 10 minutes, and then we'll do a full run for crystals to the bunny for a pickaxe. Doesn't even need to be like above a volatile, really. So I'm not fighting bosses with it. Just need to get an appropriate one for this, and then get a good farming enchant on it. Like this, one more thing I learned today already, how to maximize my money in Wonderlands. Yeah, it's not often that we have an event active that is, like, something people want to do. It gives good money. Like, the Mount Craw Tangle Drift event is nice if you happen to already have business in that area. But for a lot of players, it's just like, oh, okay, I guess there's no event I care about this week, you know? When it's in a featured run, you're a lot more likely to just go and do it, because it's stuff you already likely have an interest in. At least, framing from my own experiences. Glad you're not, duping your gold, as my SC is reset like 4 times this week alone, never did before. There'd be no point for me personally if I was to just dupe it, because, like, then there's no flex. I just entered a value, I didn't grind it. It's mid-pass, the drill is a DPS check. Herder. It's true. Hey, Milk Blizzard. First time caller, long time listener. Welcome. Thanks for being part of things. Any advice on spells for melee builds outside of Inflammation, Sigils, Tidebreaker, Smithies? Outside of Inflammation, Sigils, Tidebreaker, I know some people like Garlic Breath because it's another of the multitasking variety. The same way you can have an Empowering Sigil on around you as you just do your normal things, you can have a Garlic Breath. Now, your mileage might vary with that because if Garlic Breath crits, it does knock enemies back. So you could be awkwardly sending enemies out of your reach, but that is something that could be nice. Other than that, spells that in general just have good cooldowns for keeping your enchantment uptime, or triggering other effects, such as, if you've got Graveborn Capstone for kill skills on spellcast, Sanguine Sacrament also on Graveborn, things of that nature. So something like an Arcane Bolt is very, very spammable. That could be useful to you. If you are using a Barbaload and want a way of setting up crossbolts without you having to use a gun, then you could use a Bolt Lash or a Lovestruck Bow. Those are both options. There's, of course, the cheesy Forbidden spell as well. You could use a Marshmallow to Livewire off of it and get some AoE clear that way. May or may not have lost all my BL2 saves. Oh no, Ken, what happened? That's a lot of time invested lost. Bit of a nightmare scenario for people who play the games we do. My backups indeed. I think it was either related to yesterday's patch or conflict with the GBA emulator. Yeah, I heard yesterday's update to the classic games caused some hiccups. Even restoring saves from the cloud did nothing. That's odd. Riveter of the Riveter. Chat, I heard you like riveting. Isn't this riveting? Picking that up because it's funny. Very wise and thanks. One more. Can you explain Double Knots crit? Is a natural, like aim for the head, or based on spell or gun crit chance? It uses your gun crit chance. So, interestingly, you could hold a Crossblade or a Bread Slicer, which are two guns that have inbuilt increases to crit chance, and it would boost your Double Knot crit chance. It's kind of amusing to think about. Crossblade also has the advantage of it's a black powder weapon. All black powder weapons have a bonus little hidden crit mult. Sniper rifles have their own. Crossbow barrel weapons have their own. So yes, it means if you had a crossbow barrel black powder sniper rifle, that's the biggest boost to Double Knots damage you can get by holding a gun. But yeah, Crossblade and Bread Slicer have additional gun crit chance. So you do technically make your Double Knot more consistent by having more gun crit chance. Good job, boy. How you doing? How's Wonderlands? Haven't played since I completed the campaign last April. Sick character, by the way. Hey, I'm glad you like it. Wonderlands is great. Wonderlands is great. I really enjoy the build crafting. And they always have something interesting going on. With the different featured runs every week, there's always something different you can kind of just prioritize. Like this week, I'm money farming. We're grinding to 1 billion gold. Is the goal for the week. 1 billion with a B. And the featured run this week has a few rooms that are just mimics. Mimics drop a ton of gold, so we are farming the first room of the featured to make all of the monies. Did a little bit of science at the start of the stream, just a quick test to see which is more profitable in an accessible way between doing a larger portion of the run or just this room. Figured out that it would be this room, at least for the setup I currently have. So we're milking it. It sucks now I can start fresh with game knowledge for each character, so there's that. Oh yeah, it'll definitely be more smooth now knowing what you do, but it sucks that it's forced on you. It isn't your choice, you know. But how the run's been? They've been good, Ken. We're just grinding out that money. We're up to 247 mil. We started at 224 today. So it's been going pretty swift. Swiftly? Swiftly. Words. There's a Mimic Room. What's the percent of that happening? Normally it's just a chance, but featured runs are fixed. They are curated runs. So it'll be the same enemies in the same rooms for the week for that particular run. So for this run, if a room's a Mimic Room, it's always a Mimic Room. Which is what makes this a good farm. In theory, you can luck into a Mimic Room in a random Chaos Chamber run, but it's one of the many, many enemy types and room configurations. So that's what makes this featured special. It's a guaranteed way to have rooms full of enemies that just vomit out ridiculous amounts of money when you kill them. Okay, I'm gonna continue this one so we can hit the bunnies, because I want a pickaxe. Goblin pickaxe spawns money when you hit. So, it'll help. I have at least some on other characters, but I can't be bothered to swap right now. If we don't get a decent one, then I'll check my Ghostblade save to see if I have one over there. I probably do. I appreciate it does really fix visual pollution in this game. Could you improve it? It's way better. It depends on what you're doing. There's a lot of setups that still have a lot of visual pollution. Yeah, I don't know. But there are a lot of areas that have seen massive improvement in this game, which I do appreciate. Never mind my eyes. Yeah. It's still here. Hey, Milk Lizard. Thank you so much for the $100. Hello? That's extremely generous. Thank you so much. Thank you. That goes a really long way. Blindsided by that. I appreciate it. Thank you for the consistently great content, insights, help make me better, and more importantly, help rekindle my love and enjoyment of this game. That's what I set out to do. Thank you so much for your generosity and being part of the community. It means a lot. Thank you. This is the other room that I considered for this farm. Because if you don't kill the Tooth Fairy, that's a Wonderland sentence. If you don't kill the Tooth Fairy in the Obelisk room, you can just kind of keep killing mimics that spawn, like this. That's a lot of money. But eventually the Tooth Fairy is going to die. Decent thumb cuffs. Melee damage and spell radius is a good pairing. Chaos Chamber counts as a dungeon, so you just always have thumb cuffs increase on. But ability crit damage, shotgun mag, not the most useful here. Still, it tried. It really gave it its all. Finally got Outriders DLC, it's so good. Glad you're liking it, Lizard. Glad you're liking it. I like the build options enabled by it. Enjoying my melee devastator stuff. I still have been playing Outriders off almost Apocalypse 35. I'm alert for now. Sounds good, Sora. Thanks for hanging out. Well deserved, you're too kind, Milk Blizzard. Thank you again. Do Wonderland's takedown? That'd be nice. I do feel like we've been moving more towards takedown structured content. Like, if you look at the mirror for the third DLC, it is very close to a takedown in design. Like, the only way you can distinguish between Mirror 3 and a takedown is the fact that the mirror doesn't have a mid-boss, but instead has non-linear structure. So you can do any of the 4 rooms of the mirror in order you choose, but there's no mid-boss. That's the only way it's different from a takedown. So, like, they could just give us takedown style things, and I do feel like content structure has been moving more towards it. So, fingers crossed. Ascended Petty Tantrum from the Chaos Run finish chest. Does it at least have like a decent element in Hill Mob, maybe? Copian? Mirror 3 actually looked pretty fun. Love more dodging mechanics to be put in Borderlands. Me too, me too. I love having to jump or crouch or strafe around enemy attacks. That's something that isn't very present in Borderlands at all. You're absolutely right. And Wonderlands has a lot of it. It makes the gameplay feel much more active, you know? Less enemies or walls of meat that you hold the button down at, and more, hey, this is a boss that's really gonna fuck you up if you don't participate. I don't think Petty can get an element, it has Archmage. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I think Greenhorn is the one that get elements. Yeah. Still, Ascended is like, if you're gonna use the item, sure. Probably at least worth trying out. After Elden Ring, I've been craving more of that in my games. They got the Doom Eternal guys to design Borderlands combat, fall in love instantly. Yeah, that'd be really nice. Dash mechanics, like the Doom Eternal, you know, double jump and air dash and that stuff, would go so well in one of these games. Like, it would just work. One of the biggest things I prioritize for my enjoyment in games is movement tech. It's probably why I like TPS so much compared to BL2, is because TPS just really made the movement feel so much better with light touches. A little bit of movement optimization goes a long way for people as particular as me. And of course BL3 added the sliding, slamming, mantling. TPS had slamming, but it was kind of like busted OP, so I don't really count that. Attack Why Fun Drill, we hit 1 bill already? No, no, we're doing one full run so that I can go hit the bunnies for a pickaxe. If I don't get a decent pickaxe from this, then I'm just gonna check my other saves. Speed movement attack, if you played Titanfall 2 years ago, but yes. Titanfall 2 movement is a masterclass. TF2, the other TF2, also has great movement tech. Team Fortress 2? Yeah, yeah. I like the movement in the Dishonored series. It's a good example of another FPS with good movement. Pretty chill run for 12,500 crystals. I dread the day I get a Ascended manual transmission and can't justify not buying it. I dread that day. Smart armor with 2 Hydras, 1 Thralls. Like, this is trying in a lot of areas, it's just not succeeding because it's a smart armor. Is it good? It was a surprising thing at the time because it's like a good single-player campaign in an FPS, which was not really common at that point in time. And also the movement is just incredible. The multiplayer is popular. It's had its problems in recent years, but the movement in Titanfall 2 is really quite good. Hey Rohit, how's your day been? It's been good. It's been good. Been chilling. Optimizing some money farms. We're hoping for pickaxes from this this particular haul. To get a little bit extra money out of the farm we're going to be doing more of. So far today, we have made 27 mil. With lots of breaks. Oh, it's going well. Also doing that full run gave me moon orbs, so I can reroll that Dark Magic Banshee. Working towards multiple goals, as always. Where's gold coming from? The featured run has mimics. It's not all mimics, but there are a few rooms that are mimics. So farming the first room of the featured, or farming the obelisk room, or just doing the full run, are great ways of getting money. In my testing so far, farming the first room is the most efficient. Pile must be huge now. It gets pretty big. We had an event last week, Joeboy, where we had a 29 room Chaos Chamber. And the best I got in that, like optimizing a route for crystals and everything, got 74,000 crystals. And yeah, it took a long time. It took a long time. Alright, so we're looking for goblin pickaxes. Of course we get a mage staff. It wouldn't be me if I didn't get inundated in mage staffs. Volatile assault and battery. Caustic. Oh, take it. Chad, there's no pickaxes. There's not a single one. Okay, plan B. Time to check other backpacks. Longer than the chamber run itself. The chamber run took an hour and a half, and then the looting took like 45 minutes. So not longer than the run, but it took a while. It took a while. Let's check this one. Ah, there's a pickaxe. Beautiful. It's even a 1.9. Ooh, there's another 1.9. One with ancient. It's only chaotic though. Does that matter though? So I can just like... I'll put them both in. I'll put them both in. Slip and stun? Maybe slip and stun. That'd be fun. Hey Pupsy, how you doing? Oh, that reminds me. Hang on, I wanted to do a thing. Hang on, 1 second. By the way, chat, follow Pupty. She's got like fantastic emotes and stuff, and like has done a lot of artwork for the channel, and also is just a wonderful human being. Do the thing. Follow on all the socials, Twitch, Twitter, everywhere. Do the thing. My brain works weird, so I remember things at weird times. Stonks. I wanted the emote. Oh wait, I was supposed to switch characters. There it is. Get a money count. It's gonna be updating so often, Stump, that that's gonna be hard to keep up with. I'll put a counter on screen for like how many hundreds of millions I have. How about that? We'll update it by increments of 50 mil. Reuse this. Hoping well today? I've been good. My stomach's doing weird noises. Hang on. Do the thing. Do the thing. It's not feeling like doing the thing. But yeah. I've been well. I've been well. Updated every run. I forgot to grab the pickaxe. Alright, we're gonna reset this one in a moment anyway. Like I said, chat, my brain is very weird. I will remember to do obscure things, and I'll forget to do basic things. Morning, Toss. How you doing? Sometimes stomachs act like cats just meow the wrong way randomly, if that's true. My stomach made a really weird noise once recently, in the last couple weeks. To the point where Kevin woke up from a nap, looked at me for a solid, like, 10 seconds, like, bro, and then went back to sleep. That's Kevin, for anyone who doesn't know. Right there. The cat's sleeping. Right, Kevin? He's knocked out. His ear moved, but he is not having my shit today. Can I just... There it is. And we're gonna reroll that Dark Magic Banshee, the Ascended one, try to get Consec swings. Don't worry, it's just a demon trying to escape. Real. On Spell Shot, doesn't matter what hand each spell is in? No. No difference in functionality other than your own personal, like, if one keybind is easier for you to hit than the other, then maybe arrange that way, but no. Yeah, I'll have to reroll the enchant on this as well. But this will be a lot more money. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We have less AoE, which means I should probably hold the live wire. What money? What did you say? Is it loud? Hey, Ferric, how you doing? Quag saying using Livewire, that's not a Quag, Chad. Listen, I use it from time to time situationally. Friday last, hate my job, it's whiskey time, how about you? I was considering going to buy a nice whiskey or something today. But like, I walk places, and it's apparently 102 degrees Fahrenheit where I am right now. So, like, maybe I shouldn't go outside. Either bike or walk, not really been going out through the heat. Yeah, it's just... I already don't go out much, but if I can't walk because of the heat either. It's like, this sucks. That'll help with the whiskey drinking for sure. That seems like bad health advice. Tried a lot of them in Amsterdam thanks to Pilot. Really like Maker's Mark. I always love Bottle. Nice. Maker's Mark is always just a reliable pick. It's hard to go wrong with Maker's Mark. Half day at work is over, gotta run, have a good rest of the stream. Take it easy, Roddy. Have a good rest of your day. Stay cool if you can. And also, keep your temperature down. Haha. Get it? I'm calling you cool. Laugh. Laugh! Don't you boo me. Thank you, Stump. That is the appropriate amount of ha-has. Stone Swan with the classic Keck. I like it. Gatorade and whiskey. Call it a Jim Beam. Is that a thing? It sounds like it would be a thing. Because if you just invented that, I think you're onto something there. Sounds like something a much younger me would have done. Cursed. Like bourbons, I presume? I do. I'm not particularly knowledgeable when it comes to bourbons or anything, but I'm a bourbon enjoyer. I don't have that mug today. That's my other mug. But one of my mugs says probably bourbon on it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey, Peric, thank you for taking care of Atris. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's a lemon lime Gatorade. It might not be far off from a whiskey sour. Stop making me want to try that. You're doing that on purpose. It's gonna make me go down a rabbit hole of, like, cursed almost cocktails. Like, yeah, this is a whiskey sour, kinda. This is a mojito, kinda. Quack, that's Mentos in Sprite with alcohol. Yeah, same thing. Putting Mentos and soda together never went poorly. Ever. Water, just tequila, tang powder. You guys ever make an entire bowl of Jello with tequila instead of water? Not like Jello shots, just a bowl. Yeah, me either. Can't whiskey anymore after a bad night in South Tennessee with cheap whiskey and smoke. Understandable. In my youth, I did not drink responsibly, so gin is one of those things that the sight of it just kind of causes some gurgling. Always drink responsibly. You need a hug? Yes. Doesn't the Jello have problems setting if you use alcohol instead of water? Oh, it was fine. I mean, allegedly. If I had done such a thing, I imagine it would have been fine. Had to Google it. Jim Beam and Gatorade is an actual cocktail called the Gator Beam. That's significantly less cool. Can we call it the other thing? Jim Beam. Yeah. It's just better. Oh, there goes the stomach noises again. Cursed emote idea. It's the Mia emote, but instead of a cat making the noise, it is just a literal human stomach. Like, not someone's torso. I mean, like the organ, the stomach. I wonder if that's TOS. Looks like there's brain emotes. Oh, there goes the stomach. There's brain emotes, there's heart emotes. Why not a stomach emote? Kinda looks like a large misshapen bean. I feel like the stomach would be great. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, yes. Yes. Yo, is this an airplane in the night sky? If you get it, you're a real one. Could anyone really use a wish right now? Just the Homer growling tummy as an animated emote? Yes. Real. Can I wish for a shooting star? That's not allowed. It's outlawed along with no wishing for more wishes. You know, that kind of thing. I think I messed up my points on my status, not the skill tree. What do you mean, Trey? If you mean your hero points, you can respec those. Same way you can respec your skill tree. Now, what I personally like to do for melee builds that take Alchemical Agent is you max crit damage, because that's going to make your hits bigger, and that's going to make your dots bigger, and then you max dot damage, because that's also going to make your dots bigger. Ascended Mage Armor with area damage. Spell crit chance goes up. Yeah, that's too good to not pick up. That's good random find, I guess. How are we doing on money? 260 mil. How's Moon Orbs? Not really making many Moon Orbs here. That makes sense, though. Threads of Fate's so good. You're liking it? I really want to do a more dedicated build around Threads of Fate, because, like, once you get a couple of them up and running against a single target, the sustained damage is, like, really good. And keep note, chat, that I'm calling something that's dark magic good damage. It is only dark magic. It kinda has to clear a pretty high threshold for me to do that, because dark magic doesn't do the whole element matching thing that is huge for dealing damage in general in this game. So it has to be something of like Ruby's Spite Gluttony level for me to not call it mid. Because I'm a picky bastard. Let me kill Drill real quick. Yeah. I really like it against Drill and Vorkanar, because they don't move much. So the thing's just like, okay, I got you. It's preferred hilt mod in this build. There's a few good candidates. Vampire makes your survivability like super ridiculous. Echo has really good potential, because you can set up a lot of fuel for Echo between your dots, your inflammation, your gun, all that stuff. Warrior is just going to be good consistent damage and tank. So any of those three. There is a case for Ancient, but remember, Ancient does nothing for you while you're in from the shadows, so I kind of lean away from it. Hey Myra, how you doing? What hero points do I need to put on? Max Strength, Max Wisdom, and then put the rest in your choice of the remaining ones. But Max Strength, Max Wisdom. And then you'll have a few left over. Currently for this build, I go into Constitution, because if you have the Berserker's Unarmored Defense skill, it makes you real tanky. If you're not a Berserker with Unarmored Defense, then you're probably best going with Dexterity for crit chance. If you're not using From the Shadows. If you are using From the Shadows and you're not a Berserker, then maybe Attunement for action skill cooldown. Nice advice, just change a few spells and stuff, killed them with these. Let's go, Cryptic. Glad it worked out. Not Caustic. Caustic is... the dot damage is nice, but the dot chance aspect of Caustic is wasted. Remember, because Alchemical Agent is guaranteed when you crit with the melee. And that's only one part of your damage, the status damage from Caustic. Whereas if you got, say, a Warrior, that increases your melee damage and gives you damage reduction. So that's already two things versus one thing. And that melee damage, making your hits bigger, also makes your Alchemical Agents bigger, because the damage they are looking at is a bigger value. And then the melee damage is also going to apply to your Executioner's Blade. If you whip out a Ghost Blade, it'll apply to that too. So I would say Warrior would be strictly better than Caustic for this build. But Caustic would be not useless, it just wouldn't be in the top 3 for my personal choices. I would use it if it was on like a well-rolled item, you know? I'd say the hilts that aren't really going to do anything notable for you, Archmage just isn't going to do a lot, because you usually have a charge of inflammation available, and it still cools down the charges one by one, so you get very little mileage. And then Rampage is very low value, because it resets every time you crit, which is awesome. Every time you melee crit, I should say, which is awesome. And Amp wouldn't really have much value since it's not a gun build. So I'd avoid those three. If you can. So thanks, you're welcome, Kirk. Will the 24-hour stream be? It will be either end of this month. I know we're in late July already. Either end of this month or at some point in August. Gotta figure out my schedule and stuff. But it's happening. 100% chance it is happening before September. Time of day, do you think you'll start? That's a good question. I'm likely to start it... I'm most likely to start it, like, earlier than my normal stream time. Most likely. We're doing another 24-hour stream? I have a few things planned. I'm gonna do some modded Risk of Rain 2, some Borderlands 3 endgame, maybe a bit of Hades, maybe a bit of Jackbox with you guys on the stream. Possibly other stuff, but those are some things that I've been tossing around ideas of. One of those Blizzard tornado press. Let's play Jackbox. Playing Jackbox on stream is risky because it gets real TOS real fast. So we'd be using some trusted people, but yeah. Blizzard AFK build for soul farming. That's something that's on my to-do list. Gotta head to work. Take it easy, Cryptic. You have a good one. Probably keep handed access to you. Consider it. I appreciate that. This is really efficient. Like, it might not look too crazy, but this is actually kind of nuts, money-wise. Like, think about how much we're getting in a run. We're getting enough in one run that you could probably buy a really huge chunk of SDUs per run for the early ones. And then we could just do that one run per about a minute. Open forum archiving channel, both amazed and terrified of the amount of content there saved up already. It's good to see that there's people in the community who are actually going out and preserving the info. There's a lot of manufactured outrage of people like, oh, end of an era, yada yada yada, who just don't actually do anything to help preserve the info they claim to love. But we got a dedicated chunk of the Borderlands community that is actually, choosing to do something. Ascended Legendary Year Inventor is going to be pretty expensive too. Yeah, I once had to pass up on an Ascended Rain of Arrows, and I haven't recovered. That's why I hoard money now. Trying this money farm, only getting like 17k in the Mimic Room. I was getting more earlier, all of a sudden I'm getting that. There's a bug I've heard of at Times Lagoon where people just suddenly start getting like massively diminished money drops. Like if they were doing exactly what I'm doing with a pickaxe, they'd be getting like 10 gold per. I don't know what causes it, but I've heard that restarting your game fixes it. Tried that, didn't help. Back out of the Chaos Room, see if that does it. Yeah, maybe an area change. Maybe toggle your Chaos level to something else and back. Force the game to look at that again. I don't know. Various forms of turning it off and on again, basically, is the answer. Hold on for Ascended Last Rites. Ooh, yeah, that'd be really nice. Super busy today. Stopped and say this feature is fucking amazing. Watch the VOD back later. Sounds good, Pragmatic. I hope your day is not stressful. Busy, but in a good way. Yeah. High future Pragmatic. Get a money pickup without using pickaxe first. I kill with gun, make sure it's a normal amount before switching to pickaxe. Is that the fix? Good to know. I've never had the bug myself, so I don't know the triggers or fixes. So it's good to know. A reliable fix for me. Appreciate that, Brendan. Spreading good info helps people out. $269 mil. Nice. The same problem if I'm dedicated money farming, change my chaos level and leave and re-enter the chamber regularly, make sure the game starts to shop, calculate my money drops, look at your gold, pick up the start of every row. The general advice. Honestly, less damage might be more money here, because I get more pickaxe hits. per enemy, but like slower clear, so fewer enemies killed. There's definitely a middle ground to be had. That's why I think not having live wire is ideal. An empowering sigil would be pretty funny here, because it just insta-freeze. Inflammation is neuron activation. Okay, that rhymes. Thinking we hit 300 mil, and then take a little break and do like a full run maybe. So we can grind out like 150 mil per stream. I think that'd be ideal. Guys over here writing Schoolhouse Rock songs. You know me. Just multi-talented. I don't know where that last enemy died. Oh, up there. Cool. Thanks, Contagion. Very cool. Stonks. I imagine this isn't the most interesting thing to watch, but it's going to be real productive for future me. What kind of farms are you guys working on this week? We got the money farm here. We've got the crystal event on. DLC 3 stuff is in bunnies if you've completed Feodor 4, so I imagine some people are farming that. Yeah, I still have a bunch of builds I need to put stuff together for. I was briefly messing around with Dire Sacrifice last night because I've been enjoying watching Lazy use it, and it's so gear dependent. It's very awkwardly gear dependent. I don't love it. I might revive that Feral Surge experiment I was doing a while ago. Doing playthroughs in Wonderlands because they broke BL1 was in the middle of playthrough for it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I do kind of want to do a Spore Warden playthrough for just playthrough barrage stuff. But then again, like, barrage cooldown during a playthrough would be absolutely miserable because that enchant's not going to be available until super late. So, like, maybe not. Oh, that's just a huge time loss. Did I lose money for this? I hope not. Losing money on this character is going to be problematic now that I think about it. No, okay. We're good. I want to say it was in the boss runs that you still lose some money on death. Welp. That's a drop. That's, that's a really good drop. Ascended Skeep with frost damage, spore power, all damage. Dark magic efficiency, whatever. But, like, damn. I will take it. Skeep. Fucking Ascended Skeep with good stats. That's wild. So don't skeep on this amulet. We're up to 276 mil. Hashtag Quag cheats. No. No. I wanted a spell blade for something for this character. I don't remember what it was. It was something weird. guess I'll pick it up. Maybe that was for a different character. I don't know. I don't remember. Trying to think of ways I can optimize this even further. Losing damage might really be the way, because there's so much swing speed on the table. Like, I could just have more Squall from armor, or more haste from armor. I'm getting 2 Squall from armor right now, which is definitely helping. But, like, more, you know? Banshee. Only chaotic. But it had warrior. It tried. Almost at 280. Been actively playing for less than 2 hours, and we have made 64 mil, 65 mil. And a good chunk of that was pre-pickaxe, so it's just gonna be faster now. Oh, jeez. Hey Moo Girl, would you like to be a cat in The Sims or the weed plant? Can I be the cat? It's 1-1. Ascended item for a vendor. You're toxic. Sure? Awesome. You're the weed plant because you're... There's impressive. Hey, I'm glad you're liking it, Stump. I hope you can get some use out of it. But that at least it's a good conversation starter. Like, hey, did you know that the best way to make money in Wonderlands is to play Minecraft? Gotta clickbait him. Get him in there. Why are you frozen? Hello? Are you okay? I went to climb up to that mimic and you just froze. Literally froze from fear. I am too powerful. It's definitely more entertaining than farming overworld crates like I did to get all the STU achievement. Morning, Jedi Monkey. Yeah, overworld farming's the alternative to temporary farms like this for making money. I've heard that's pretty efficient, but just very mind-numbing. This is just one of those, it's not exactly fast-paced, but it's, like, you kind of settle into a groove with this kind of farm, you know? And I don't find it as dull as safe quit item farming, because I am fighting, you know, a bunch of enemies. Legion of Jeremy, thank you so much for the Prime. 13 months with a 3 streak. I appreciate it, thank you. Bezos bugs go burr. They do. They do be like that. Morning, Sun. Is it still morning? Yeah, for like 20 minutes more. Yeah. So world farming really that efficient? I don't know the exact parameters of the farm Stump, but I had it explained to me once with the numbers shown. I was like, oh, that's pretty good.
Bezos bucks go burr.
They do. Thank you again, Jeremy. Hope you're doing well. It's efficient enough, Stump, that even outside of the events for, like, more overworld stuff, it's still, like, the most efficient for money, other than, selling large quantities of things from, bunnies from doing speedruns, or, limited time stuff such as Mimic features. Chaos Theory getting about 12 to 14 million an hour. Yeah, like, that's really good. It's really good. This, at a decent pace, running very efficiently, is, like 50 mil an hour. Reasonably speaking. Hey, Good Wolf. How are you today? $285. Just sure your turn on Intense. Yes, Intense is really important for money farms. Because players deal less damage, enemies deal more. Bonuses to gold and moon orb drops. And when you're farming easier enemies like this, the penalties to your damage should increase to theirs, so it doesn't really factor in. Body Hurts, other than that, doing good. Hopefully you're all having a good day. I'm having a good day. Having a good day. We got an efficient money farm going. Got some good vibes in the stream, fun conversations, cool people. It's a good day. I hope your body pain passes. I can definitely sympathize. Hey Maniki, how are you? With some life change stress, but getting through it. Hey, well, whatever it is, I'll punch it in the butt. I'll fight it. Eyelash in my eye. But yeah, I hope whatever it is resolves in your favor and does so expeditiously. Butt punches your best punches. That's just good life advice. We are continuing our journey to becoming a Wonderlands billionaire. So like Kakashi, 1,000 Years of Death? Exactly like that. How's my moon orbs? Yeah, we don't get many moon orbs doing this. I found the money overflow number. Yeah, it's 2.1 bill or something. 2.1 and change. Should be. Same as BL3? Yeah. The main difference is we don't have the visual limit of 99 mil in this game. It will actually display higher, which you can see because it's showing my 287. BL3 was not able to do that. You can only see the actual total through EchoCast, or by looking at your respec cost and multiplying that by 10. Yes, it takes a little longer per run with the pickaxe over the Banshee, but we get significantly more money per run. How much money to buy all STUs? It's something like 150 mil, if I remember correctly. To the 31st. Thank you, son. I think the very first time I picked up money after a restart in BL3, the total picked up would be the actual number. Ah, so it would briefly show. That would make sense. But the like the counter of your inventory wouldn't show the correct value. That's the main thing I'm referring to. But it actually went over. Unlike BL2, there was like a hard cap. BL3, there was a soft cap, and then overflow. Wonderlands is just the overflow. It'll visually show up until overflow. Under 50 mil is not that bad. Yeah, Crimson, it's pretty reasonable if you're actively farming for money. That's the thing. Actively farming for money at max chaos is not a hugely common thing. People will more just hope for the money incidentally while they're doing other things. Or they'll just kind of sell gear and go for it that way, which adds up to a lot over time while you're doing other things, but it is time inefficient and doesn't get you that much. Hey Chaz, how are you today? Broke 290. We'll update the counter at 300, and I'll probably break and do actual runs for a little bit. Keep things fresh. Mimic Obelisk Room, my Punchbot build couldn't kill one of the mimics or spawned baby ones. I'm not sure what's immune to specifically. Punchbot could. Maybe it wants specifically melee attacks for that, not just melee damage. Could be. I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Iconic quote. There should be a multiplier added to sell cost for each cast tier of item. Things are sell for too little. Problem with that is then you would end up with the scenario where it would be very, very easy to just bypass SDU costs on new characters, which I think is something they specifically didn't want. It's like selling items and using money grenades were two of the more popular ways to get money in BL3. And those are both things we don't have. We don't have spells that generate money. We just have the pickaxe, which requires a great degree of player involvement. And sale prices are in the 5 figures instead of the 8 figures. Not 8, but 7, you know. Some absurdly expensive items. So I get why sale prices are the way they are. I don't know if it necessarily would be healthy to change those. Because I do like the fact that money acquisition is an important part of the gameplay loop in this game. For endgame characters. Previous titles didn't really nail that. BL2, you just never had money because LOL, rocket ammo, and hard cap. And BL3, you had money, but nothing to do with it. Because you could just get all that done real fast, and it became pointless currency. What you picking up per hour right now at this farm? About 50 mil per hour since I started using the pickaxe. If I pay perfect attention and don't dawdle, about 50 mil an hour. Because we're making a mil, give or take, per run. A run takes a minute, give or take. So if you leave downtime for picking up the gold and then restarting the run, and then the combat encounter start part, round trip, it's about 50 mil an hour. Started playing the pre-sequel for the first time, chose Aurelia, she's hella fun to play. The characters in TPS just have interesting and distinctive playstyles. That's one of the biggest achievements of that game. They nailed character design, made them feel different from each other, and all feel, like, valid. And I think TPS has the most division among, like, what characters people like the most. Because they're just kind of all favorites. Like, Wilhelm has a huge cult following. A lot of people like Timothy, a lot of people like Aurelia, a lot of people are absolutely diehard Athena fans. I think there's the fewest Claptrap enjoyers, and Nisha is like the Salvador of the game, just kind of pretty basic. But all the characters have a fan base. Love playing Timothy, such a well-designed character. I really like Timothy gameplay too. Timothy is like Zane, but interesting. So I guess Zane is just boring Timothy, would be a way of putting it. No. Chronology. Claptrap isn't a favorite because it's Claptrap. I just personally didn't care much for the gameplay of Claptrap. Claptrap's used in the speedrun, I believe. Sawmill, sad. Oh, that's pain. Emotional damage. I should play TPS just to play Claptrap. My last Jack-o'-lantern for Halloween is Claptrap. That's so sick. TPS character trees felt the best in the franchise for me so far. Easy to understand, easy to build around. Hard agree. Oh, I've loved Claptrap. She built him tanky and focused on going down to make Clappy crazy. Good taste. I also felt the final boss TPS stronger than way other Borderlands title. It definitely felt like final bossy. Like in a meaningful way. Like fighting the Destroyer, you're just like, oh, that's it. Fighting the Warrior, you're like, oh, okay, but that's it. Fighting Tyreen, you're like, that's it. Which game is the worst skill trees from BL2 on? BL2. BL3 had some problematic ones, and there were some design flaws, but most of Flack and Moses' trees were designed so well that they just kind of overwhelm. Like, in terms of BL2's well-designed trees, you had Krieg, you had parts of Axton, parts of Zero. Gage removed all of the good points. I'm a Gage player, I'm allowed to say that. And then everyone else was kind of fine. It almost to noon. I'm pretty sure it came up earlier as well, Doc. But I'm simply answering a question. No bully. And I always try to balance it out with a compliment. Like, Krieg was a fucking masterclass ahead of his time. Truly good game design. And proof of Axton being well designed is that people constantly downplay Axton's power, yet Axton holds several, like, world firsts for 1 lives and shit. Because he's strong. The thing that made me sad about Gage is you couldn't really focus blue or green tree of anything that felt as competitive as our Anarchy tree. Yeah, too many eggs in one basket. Also, low uptime of actual gameplay with Anarchy stacking, and restrictive in what you could actually do because Anarchy was your damage. Axton, I just didn't understand the talent tree well enough. It seemed kind of generic on the surface. Surface level, yeah. But Axton had good things like the turrets are just extremely good aggro control. Like, Axton map control was nutty. Axton was up there with Maya in terms of efficiency of how well you could just control enemies. Also, he could move fast as fuck, had good, consistent, non-gimmick-based gun damage, and had good flexibility in what gear he could use. Also, he's fucking tanky. If I was to play BL2, I would play Axton. Because, I was not half as experienced a Theory Crafter with Axton back then as I am now. And, I feel like I could get the joy of, making things work optimally and showing people how to use underrated things by playing that character. So if I was to play the game, I'd probably play Axton. Hey Synergy, how you doing? We didn't break 300 yet? We're so close. Alright, do one more run. I'll update the counter, though. Actually finish this run out, I think. Let me put on my proper, greatsword. Okay, I'll do an actual run. Good, good. How's the Quag? The Quag is excellent today. Hey, Alan Fair. Ever entertained the thought of doing a LAN franchise chronological playthrough? The thought has crossed my mind, but I did not seriously consider it because, I would have a difficult time staying engaged during a BL1 stream because it's hard to play that game with how dated it feels to me sometimes. I love the game, and occasionally I do go back to it, but it'd be tough. And I actively dislike the gameplay of Borderlands 2. I would have to heavily mod it to want to play that. TPS would be fine. 3 would be fine. 1 of those would be fine. Hey, Goodwolf, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Generous as always. Means a lot. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. If you got gifted a sub by a Goodwolf, please show them some love. And enjoy the emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. How long do you think it'll take to get 1 billion? As we optimize the farm a little bit, it's about 50 mil an hour synergy. So if I was to farm uninterrupted for my entire stream time, I'd stream about 5 hours. You know, give or take. If I went a little longer to compensate for the starting soon and the downtime in between runs. 5 hours, 50 mil an hour. We could knock it out in 2 to 3 streams if I really put my nose to the grindstone. If you could exterminate one species, what would it be? Mosquitoes. What about Tales? I consider Tales more a movie than a game, honestly. Like, Tales is a game without gameplay, so it doesn't even really cross my mind. I would rather watch Tales playthroughs on YouTube than play Tales. I'm not gonna go for containers or anything, I'm just gonna go fast. That's why I like Echo. You just build up a lot of it in mobbing. So often that time before I get to my next target just lets me build up enough Echo that I can one tap them. Oh yeah, which room in the featured has glue this week? Because I keep missing that. I haven't been paying enough attention. And I haven't been going for a maker run, but like, I'd like to know. Second to last. Thank you. If BO4 does have a pet class, I want to be able to hop onto my pet and ride across the battlefield. That would be really cool. I would enjoy that. That would be suitably, like, different from what's come before. The biggest thing I always want in just game design is new flavors of concepts. So, like, we've had pet builds. I don't want the same pet behaviors. I want new features such as, you know, riding the pet. That'd be a great example of how to keep that kind of build fresh. If all mosquitoes went extinct, a lot of frogs would starve to death, so you'd exterminate 2 species for the price of 1. It's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Imagine having a Bullymong pet you can order to pick up enemies and throw at other enemies. Yes. Down for that. And you mean a boner fart, right? Would that be similar to Iron Bear? Yeah, it'd be a good way of blending Iron Bear type gameplay with pet type gameplay. Iron Bear isn't the first alternative mode action skill that we've gotten. The burst was Phase Walk, or Berserk. Take your pick. But those were alternate modes. And then BL2, you had Gunzerk as a mode, Deception as a mode, Buzzaxe Rampage / Release the Beast as modes. Just another offshoot of that kind of thing, which is kind of proves the point as well. Different flavors of a concept. That core original concept being, hey, while this is active, you do something different in terms of your core gameplay. Innovation. Innovation should always be the goal. That's why I get so frustrated when people just ask for things we've had before. Like, why? That exists. Except new. Purple Martins eat mosquitoes too, and they're pretty. I mean, I'm pretty, but if I went around sucking people's blood, I'd be okay if someone wanted me to not be around anymore. It's a sacrifice. Think about how awful mosquitoes are. I went outside to grill for dinner 2 days ago, and within 5 seconds, I was already covered in mosquito bites. Because they were just fucking waiting for me. There's sweat bees that drink sweat. Are they gamers? Primordial Amnesia, melee crit chance, 2 in awe, health regen. The gun damage is a wasted passive, but like, I could maybe do something with that. Also throwing your pet towards enemies and having them do some spike shooting AoE attack would be cool. They could blend a bunch of things together. Like, we can do some Bloodwing type shit with some Iron Bear type shit. Same time, like... it'd be cool. Haven't played BL1 and BL2, not sure if it's worth the time to check out. They're absolutely worth playing through. Basically what Jedi Monkey said. Basically what Jedi Monkey said. Accept what they were for the time that they were in, their strengths, their weaknesses, and don't get too caught up in comparisons between titles. Because something I absolutely detest within the Borderlands community is there's a lot of revisionist history based on nostalgia. Just people being unwilling to accept objective reality of what newer entries have done better, because their nostalgia will not allow them to slander their favorite. So just don't be one of those people, would be my recommendation. Be like, so, as Wonderlands has progressed, I've decided that I do slightly prefer Borderlands 3 for what it is, but I still prefer new things, so Wonderlands is still, like, what I'm enjoying right now. But that'd be like if, because my favorite is Borderlands 3, I refuse to acknowledge anything Wonderlands did well. And there's, unfortunately, a very vocal part of our fan base that we're a part of acts like that, going as far as to say Wonderlands didn't prove anything. It's just strictly worse in every area. Like, okay, buddy, okay. Hey, Sam Lasco. As somebody who canoe trips in Northern Ontario, my hatred for mosquitoes is off the charts. See, you get it. You get it. Sometimes I feel like there's a spider near me. I realize it's probably factual and I need to think about dragons or magic and feel better. That's a good way of doing it. Sorry, Drill. That was rude. I enjoy all the games. I'll have something I can have a fun full playthrough for. That's the best way to look at it. Now, I'm self-aware. I've developed such a distaste for that vocal, toxic chunk of the community that to fuck with them, I've decided to lean into my dislike of a particular entry, because I know it makes their blood boil. And because they don't have any actual logical points to debunk me, so I win. But the healthiest way of doing things is to enjoy them all for what they do well, individually. Hey Rabbit, how you doing? There you go, the Odyssey. There you go. We're good back home now. Got a message that our luggage will arrive tomorrow, which is Pog. I'm sure someone didn't piss on it. They sound like the type that would do some petty shit at airline. I've just been banned from multiple Twitch channels. It's okay. It's okay. I think you'll be fine. I haven't played BL3 yet, but I think I'd prefer it more than Theme Wonderlands has of a D&D game, to be honest. What BL3 did exceptionally well was variety in every possible area. Variety in builds, variety in gear, variety in gameplay, variety in just the content itself. BL3 is like the ultimate variety one. Wonderlands is more focused in what it offers in terms of gameplay. It's similar in the character and gear variety. For, you know, time frame wise. BL3 did end up with a lot more gear variety. It did have its own issues, power creep, long-standing bugs, things like that. But BL3 became a true playground through its lifetime. And it's finally starting to get enough love, you know, for people appreciating that. Once I collected all the loot dice after update, I began enjoying Wonderland so much more. Actually getting loot? Yeah. Is BL3 endgame also just you getting one shot by every enemy like C50? I mean, that's not this game's endgame either. But no. Enemy damage in BL3 is exactly the same on Mayhem 10 or 11 as it is on Mayhem 0. Enemy damage doesn't go up in that game. And also survivability in general in that game is easier. So like get health gated every time I take damage to C50. See, a lot of people have been saying that, Crimson, and here's the thing. How much have you invested into survivability? That's the question there. Because I don't get health gated by every attack on C50. I play a melee build where I swing a big, slow greatsword in the faces of enemies that have much more health and damage than I do. Yet I don't die. I don't even have a vampire hilt. I also run an armor that literally lights me on fire. But I don't get health gated with every hit. And let's investigate why that is. Source of healing here. Source of healing here. Defensive skill here. Source of healing here. Defensive skill here. Defensive skill here. Investment into defensive stats. Like, invest. It's like complaining you don't have damage when you don't take damage stats. It is the exact same thing, but people aren't willing to realize that because they don't want to put forth effort. And it, whether consciously or not, but it gets to the point where people are asking for things like removal of Chaos 50. Like, you know you can just not turn up the difficulty slider, right? And you know that removing Chaos 50 would either A, leave a bunch of people with gear that is completely unobtainable to everyone else, or B, if they remove that gear too, actively take away stuff that people spent hours and hours grinding for, sometimes leaving their characters in positions where they cannot progress with any content anymore. Like, maybe just accept that you don't want to put in the required effort to survive on the highest difficulty. Because it's not hard if you build for it. That's what it goes back to. That's not all aimed at you, it's just a very widely held opinion that I see, and I'm like, okay, well... This 50 is not forced on you. This is not forced on you. There's literally an option here to make enemies do less damage. And then there's entire defensive stats. I just don't understand this cult mentality of removing other people's options to solve a problem that won't be solved for you. It's toxic. At the very least, it's thoughtless. I take call, we talk about the enemy damage problem. Yeah, it came off. My challenge with this game, balancing my build with both survivability and damage, but I experiment, so that's part of the fun is to figure. Exactly. Like, that's what the game wants you to do. It wants you to experiment and find the balance that works best for you personally. This was a build that I was playing at Chaos 35, and I did make some different choices in light of Chaos 50 enemy damage. And guess what? I walked out with more damage and more survivability because I adjusted my build. I'm not using any of the usual suspects for build crutches. partially so that people don't have that out and being like, well, you're doing OP stuff. Like, no, I'm shooting a gun most people haven't heard of, using a spell most people overlook, and swinging a gigantic-ass greatsword. I ain't dying. I ain't getting health gated. Like, remember that to get my optimal damage in this setup, I need to take damage. Like, I need that to happen to turn on my damage. And look, I didn't get health gated. I took a shark right to the face, took it right to the chin, did not get health gated. Chaos 50 intense. Like, that should be evidence enough. And my other build that I primarily play at Chaos 50 is a Claw Stalker, which is very squishy. And I do take a lot more damage than I do in this spec, and I do have a lot less healing available. Yet I'm still able to clear content, and I can properly invest into my survivability to lessen the problems of enemy damage. So, like, when you see people playing multi-classes that include Graveborn, which makes you literally immortal, you have to actively try to die on a Graveborn. Like, it's not the game. It's not the game. I cannot enforce enough. I cannot reinforce this enough. It is not the game. It is player mentality. Now, if we talk about other issues like enemy hitboxes, which, once again, it doesn't come up on these wish lists for some reason. Like, maybe talk about the actual problems that exist in the game instead of trying to turn it into other games that have already happened. Gotta run, thanks for the fun. Have a good weekend. Take it easy, JC. Hope your weekend's enjoyable. Stay safe. Stay cool. It's supposed to just us the players instead of us putting the effort into our builds. Reddit. Unfortunately, that's not a take limited to Reddit, Doc. Took a shark to the face. I thought a joke in there somewhere. Of course you would go there. Remember when I started learning more about enchantments and went from struggling so hard and getting frustrated to feeling confident and having fun? Yeah, putting in the effort improves your experience. It is literally that simple. Memeing Reddit clowns again. Unfortunately, this time it's people I would not classify as clowns on Twitter vocal. It is not a case of Reddit clowns, it's a case of LANs players having mob mentality with points that they have not taken 5 seconds to properly debunk. Problem of our fanbase. Bird app. Bird app. Like, ready? Ready? Hit me. Did that health gate me? It's like, show of hands. Did that health gate me? Doesn't look like it did. But apparently that's complicated. Just... Oh, the yummy point redeem does, but I'm becoming tempted. Type exclamation point yummy, Goodwolf, for context on that one. man. Go back to chucking coffee, Phil. How goes the game? It goes. We grinding out some money today. We got 308 mil. We started today's stream at 224? 223, 222, 224, something in that region. We made good money today. And the personal goal by the time this feature rolls over, so we have until Thursday, is I want to have 1 billion gold on this character. I actually think it's the best base for a gun build. There's kind of multiple answers to that, but I suppose I'll get the easy one and say Spell Shot. Spell Shot has the most of the gun damage stat, while also having good supportive stuff such as reload speed. So probably Spell Shot. But there's lots of classes that are well suited to gun builds, David. But you're going to do so much damage. Berserker Stabbo, is that it? Yes. I'm doing Frost Shiver, which is Stabbo Berserker, and I have a lot of investment into my melee damage and my status effects. Also, this armor right here, very slept on, Selective Amnesia. What this does is, after we take damage, it gives us 20% movement speed, which is nice, for 3 seconds while we're on fire, which does hurt us, but it takes your movement speed stat, total, all the movement speed boosts you have are included in this total. It takes that and applies it in your global damage category. So see this all damage stat? I'm getting a lot. Stuck in the ads right now? Alright, we'll circle back around to it. We'll go back. If this game will show 1 billion, or will it cap? It'll show 1 billion. Used to think that C50 enemy damage needed toned down, then remembered Guardian Takedown health nerf and M10 health nerf plus power creep, how BLT3 difficulty became trivial. Don't want Wonderland's difficulty to be like that, so I prefer C50 to be left out as. It's something that we can maybe take some time to adapt to instead of asking it for immediately be, cut down. But, once again, that is a mentality thing. Can't change how people think about it, unfortunately. I'm back? Okay, welcome back. Let me finish this boss fight first. What I was explaining is, yeah, I'm using a Frost Shiver with a lot of investment into melee and status stuff. But I was also highlighting my armor, which helps me a lot in this particular fight. So, for 3 seconds after you take damage, non-dot damage, with the Selective Amnesia armor, it gives you a 20% movement speed boost, lights you on fire, and then it takes your movement speed stat. This includes your boost, and it applies it in your all damage category. So, what I can do is I can just take a quick hop into that water, and then, because my toes touch Drill's spicy bath water, I'm getting, based on my movement speed boost and my skill tree and on my gear and stuff, about 100% extra damage. And because this is a melee build, and we are often in harm's way, and because we are tanky, we can afford to take a quick hit to get a huge amount of extra damage. So, like, let's calculate exactly how much damage Amnesia's effect is giving me. 20% as part of its effect, and then 39.5 movement speed, we'll round that to 40. So already 60% damage just when my armor's effect is on. Just from that. And then we've also got from Cold Snap, 12% movement speed, so 72%. We've got Haste, when that's on, is another 24%. 96% damage from Amnesia so far. We have Myth Rank movement speed for another 25. So 121% movement speed equals 121% damage. The Amnesia's armor effect alone. We take damage, for 3 seconds we get 121% more damage, not including the benefits of all the other skills and stats we have on this. And because, and I can't stress this enough, enemies do not health gate you with every hit, you can afford to take that hit to do more damage. But yeah, to answer your question, David, Spell Shot is a good base for gun builds. Spell Shot has the most raw gun damage stat in the game, while also having good supportive things such as reload speed. So it's a very consistent choice there. Really good explanation, thank you. You're very welcome. In terms of what else is happening in the build, this thing down here, Sabomancer's Executioner's Blade Capstone, is really nice because it looks at the base damage of your melee weapon, and it takes the element as well, and it gives you a little more as the base number. So 150% of melee weapon is like, oh, okay, that's good. Well, I'm using a Wailing Banshee, 2,500 base damage, so a pretty good starting chunk. But Executioner's Blade's also nice is because we can trigger it from range. It triggers from gun or spell crits. So it fills one of the weaknesses of melee builds where you're kind of shit out of luck if there's an enemy you physically can't connect with your sword against. This solves that. And because that counts as melee damage, it also applies things like Alchemical Agent for a really big status effect. We use Contagion to support Alchemical Agent. We use Exploit Their Weakness for damage while our dots are rolling. We use Potent Poisons to improve Alchemical Agent. It all fits together very nicely. And this inflammation spell that I'm running, the flamethrower one, looks like this, is unique because the status effect it leaves on enemies counts as a spell. And spells can trigger Executioner's Blade when they crit. So if our status effect from inflammation crits, which is likely, we have decent crit stats, and are using from the shadows, then we get Executioner's Blade that way. And that way it can happen even while we're busy swinging our melee weapon and are unable to shoot. So multitasking. And additionally, when an enemy dies under the effect of inflammation, they explode and spread that effect to nearby enemies. So it's really useful in mobbing. A little less relevant against bosses, but still damage. And we have a pretty good pool of effective HP between our wards and our health, thanks to Berserker's Unarmored Defense skill, and us pumping some points, some hero points into our Constitution stat. Meaning we can simply run around with a health bar big enough that we can take the hits as we deal them. Hey Slushy, how you doing? Hope you're well. Primordial Banshee. Fire. Archmage isn't overly useful, but that's good enough to, like, not leave on the ground, right? I hope you healthgate me, otherwise it's welcome to the pain train. That's another benefit of tanking in this way. This build used to use a Deathless for maximum big number buffer, but that was all on my shield, so if something did have enough damage to that would have healthgated, well, with Deathless you don't have healthgate, so that would be an instant down. Now, the number of enemies that do that, not actually very high. It's like elite trolls and nothing else. It's elite trolls and enemies that bypass wards completely, such as the Maker, such as Drill's Spicy Bathwater, such as parts of Dragon Lord and Banshee's arenas. So I switched from Deathless tanking to Unarmored Defense tanking. So even if I do get health gated, well, I have healing. I have this enchant, which is 5% per second if I'm below health gate. And then I have heal on kill from Body Rune, which is 15% on a kill. I have another 3% on kill from Blood Frenzy. I have passive missing health regen of 1.5% per second from Unyielding, and the unlisted effect, you get, I believe it's 1.5% max health per second while you're unraged. So more healing from that as well. And then there's a chance to outright avoid damage completely with evasion. And that scales up the faster you're moving. Because we have movement speed from Amnesia and our other stuff, we're moving fast enough to get good value there. It all comes together. Let's roll that pickaxe. If we get Consec on that, Far will be a little, maybe more efficient. It'd be fewer hits, but faster clear. I think that might still be preferable. Where is my pickaxe? Are the icons doing a thing? Just equip it so I can see it. Smokehouse Frost, it's okay. No luck. On the next run, we'll roll the Banshee instead, because I want to get that up and running for the actual run we're doing. Because this one, that Ascended Dark Magic Banshee is potentially an upgrade over the non-Ellie. Potentially. Because I get the myth rank bonus to dark magic damage. It's got slightly higher crit chance, which is nice outside of From the Shadows. A little bit of a downgrade inside, but having that elemental damage available. And Warrior is going to be more consistent damage. Less spiky, more consistent. Plus the damage reduction would make us even tankier against enemies. Hey squad. Money's roughly 300 meters long or tall. What's the dollar value of that? Not very much. You know, inflation is the whole thing. How you doing? What is the featured chaos run? You're looking at it right now. So every week they rotate in a different curated run, which will have like predetermined rooms and enemy sets and objectives and all that. Every week they have a different one. This week, the unique thing about it is that we have a lot of mimics. It's not like that community feature we had a while back where every enemy was a mimic, but several of the rooms in the run are full of mimics. And the reason why that's nice is because mimics drop absurd amounts of gold, to the point where farming that first room you just saw, with the setup I have for it, which we'll go back to after this run, you can get about 50 million gold an hour. 50 million. For reference, I believe the total you need to get all SDUs on a character is 150 mil. So in 3 hours, you could just max out your SDUs. It was a real good week to farm money. And for reference, a well-rolled Ascended item is in the 90 millions if it has an enchantment. So it's good to just have money on you if you're on C50, in case the vendor is really kind or cruel. Could be interpreted either way. You take inflation, doing well, man. What about you? Happy Friday? Happy Friday. I'm doing well. My stomach's making weird noises, but we got a good grind going, and we're in a good grind set. Swim in the gold like Scrooge. No, don't do that. Hey, Good Wolf, thanks for taking care of Squab. I appreciate it. Really generous. It means a lot. Goes a long way. Thank you. Quabillionaire. Something like that, Shay. How are you? Are you gonna do any stonks farming, Shay? Oh, hi. Hey, Felicia. How you doing? I think you're a great wolf. I see what you did there. Ooh, we broke 310 mil. Plan for that counter is to update it. Bro, we're doing great, though. Very nice. Plan for that counter is to update it every 50 mil. My machine's stuck that I was doing work with, so I'm waiting for help. Oh, that's not very stonks. Do you need a step machine? That's a lot of swing speed. And a lot of melee crit chance. Ascended green items, beautiful. Best menu farm, is it better than the full Mimic run? So it's about 1 mil-ish per minute, Felicia, to just like farm the first room and reset it, which is about equal to the Mimic run, because you could have done that in that one too. It's just like melee the first room with a pickaxe and then reset it. Is the farm. I'm just doing a full run right now for variety. I said bester, but it's more besterous. Sure do wish I had better service when I watch mobile during my lunch break. It looks like I'm watching through opaque glass. Sorry. I can definitely sympathize. Perfectly timed. Intentional. Okay, I see general shapes and colors. General shapes and colors. Couldn't tell you the enemy type of the previous room, though. Hopefully, the reroll gods are going to be kind to us and I can get Consec swings on my Dark Magic Banshee today. That would make me happy. Waiting for cooldown. So much damage. I worked hard on it. I saw a problem, that problem being situations like Drill where I needed better single target bossing damage. So I was like, hey, how can I achieve that? And Amnesia in the bathwater. Helps a lot. So my strategy against a lot of bosses is to let them hit me once, or to use some sort of environmental damage to hit myself. Queen's Cry is what Tig's Boom should have been. I agree. There's way too many bath bombs, true. talk about just in general now I lost this. Yeah, well, I'm using a lot of pieces of the build that work together. That's what build crafting is. It's, using things that complement each other to solve various problems in the content you're doing. It's an interesting paradigm. Area damage is good. Paradigm converting off melee is not super ideal. Contagion's interesting, but it's too confused. It's trying to do too many things at once. Gotta get back to it. Have a good one. Take it easy, squad. Man, an Ascended, manual transmission is totally gonna ruin my money total, because I'm not gonna have the self-control. It's probably good that the vendors this week aren't too attractive, because, I don't want to spend the money. Side note, completely unrelated to anything that's happening. I have a can of Pepsi here and I don't remember grabbing them. I think yesterday, because I did end up taking a nap at a weird time yesterday. I think yesterday I was so tired I was like, hey, I need caffeine. So then I went and grabbed it and then fell asleep before I could drink it. That sounds like something I would do. Put the selective amnesia on yourself? Yes. You got me. I'm so committed to the build that I'm also running the build IRL. If I take damage from anything, like if I do this, ow, fuck. Forget what I'm talking about. That really hurt. I don't make good decisions. Does Bodyrun have a dedicated drop source? Yes. Bunny Tog, the yellow raid boss. Oh, the actual drop chance? Drop rates are affected by loot luck, so the drop chance will depend on how much loot luck you have. Maybe one of the cats laid an egg in the shape of a Pepsi can. I'm not a biologist, maybe. Happy Friday, Ewok. How are you today? Alright, we back to Money Farm. So, takes about a minute to farm the first room and reset. We're like a minute and a half with downtime and me playing slow and not paying attention, but you can farm this room very efficiently. And with a pickaxe, it's in the neighborhood of 1 million per run. because you get money on every melee hit. Mimics promote using melee, so. Money. Our return? Welcome back, son. Put select amnesia on yourself. Do you have a fire trail? It's gas. I eat a lot of spicy food. Hey, Kevin. Now with pizza? Yeah, what kind of pizza? That is the question. You okay, buddy? He wants hand pillow. Oh, well. He put his head down on the top of my hand and I refused to move it. Hey Doug, how you doing? Oh, he stood up. Okay. One Brooklyn and one meatball. Acceptable. Acceptable. I know what. What am I gonna eat today? Yesterday I got takeout because, like, fuck cooking in this heat. And it's even hotter today. So, like, fuck. Takeout part 2. What goes on a Brooklyn pizza? I imagine parts of New York. The flavors that'll make you go, I'm walking here. Oh, whatever those might be. Computer's still in transit. Should I get this game? I quite enjoy it a lot, Doug. If you like having a lot of control over your character, both in terms of how they look, which is a first for a landscape, but also their like playstyle, their identity. You got a lot of build avenues: spellcasting builds, companion builds, melee builds, gun builds, builds around various abilities, hybrids of those avenues. You got lots of variety to it. It's a bit more focused than, say, BL3 in terms of your gameplay, your activities. A lot of people will downplay that to, oh, it's just Chaos Chamber. Well, Chaos Chamber is a bunch of other activities in a clown car. So there's a lot of fun to be had. Let me put it this way. My current playtime on Epic Games Store is 49 days, 12 hours, and 30 minutes. I think it's worth your time. Not convinced. Oh, interesting. Okay, wait, I'm only getting a little bit of money from the pickaxe. I'm gonna save quit now. This is the money bug that people were talking about. Heard a lot of complaints, it looks fun to me. And that's the danger of a community that structures itself around complaints, that being the Borderlands fanbase. Because Wonderlands is not Borderlands enough for them. Despite the fact that it's literally not a Borderlands game. I know, it's a conundrum, it doesn't fucking make sense. And it kinda poisons the well for a lot of people, such as yourself, who have genuine interest in it. So I would strongly advise not letting people poison the well for you. It's okay to decide you don't like something after you've tried it, but there's a lot of negative opinions that are just there for the sake of being negative. Many of the criticisms of this game are outright lies. So, not all, but many. You might get my computer through Qatar Customs. That just sounds difficult. I imagine I don't know the half of it. Best of luck with that. And yes, the link Felicia just pulled up is my affiliate link. I do get compensation if the game is purchased through that link, and if you go for Chaotic Grey, which has Season Pass, you get extra cosmetics by using an affiliate link. But yeah, game good. Kevin, come here. Good job. Thanks, it's been a month. Crossing my fingers, toes, esophagus, colon, you know, crossing everything for you. Biggest complaints, armor RNG. That's a valid one. That is absolutely a valid one, Crimson. Yeah. It is a problem that was in Borderlands 3 that is compounded. Sorry, I'm petting the cat. He seems to need some love today. Someone just told me today with character customization, every character looks the same compared to having fixed character classes. What? That doesn't even make sense. What? How you went to esophagus and colon before arms and legs will haunt me. I'm multi-talented, Steve. Kevin, I need my hand. I think Kevin's having a rough emotional day. He gets anxious sometimes. Which I relate to. Just trying to move my hand back. Hey, Doug, thank you for taking care of Crimson. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Didn't play BO3, doesn't even feel worth rolling the armor bunny. It is worth, but it's structured in such a way that your chances of getting anything specific are so wildly low that the way you get upgrades from the armor bunny is by casting a wide net. You go wanting a few different things. That's how you do it. Only major complaint is couch co-op is nearly unplayable unless it got fixed in the last couple weeks. It didn't. Unfortunate. I don't know, I tried to explain but gave up. See, it's a perfect example of people inventing criticisms for this game that don't even make sense. Like, oh no, that didn't fix it. I still have the money bug. Interesting. So, alright, let me... We'll fast travel somewhere else. Then full restart the game and then come back? Or fast travel somewhere else, save quit. And then fast travel back, see if that works. I'll toggle my chaos level too. If you go in looking for just one specific item, ignore everything else, say goodbye to your sanity, right. You need to cast a wide net. So, whenever I farm for upgrades from any bunny category, including melee weapons, this build's a melee build, so partially motivated by upgrades for this, but I have multiple melee builds. So, I go in looking for multiple things that would be good for me. Game says no 1 billion, apparently. Me and my buddy made characters, coincidentally both came out with cat ears and the same mustache. Well, cat ears are different. That's like kawaii. What's the issue? There's a bug where sometimes your money gains just turn to nothing for no real reason. And it's tough to figure out how to counter the bug. Different strategies work for different people, so I'm just trying various things. I might full restart my game. This is the first time I've ever had it. Nope, still here. Still here. You see, I'm getting 3 and 6 gold. Whereas earlier in the stream, I was getting, you know, 1,800. It's a big difference. Yeah, I'm just not accruing money right now. Try killing with just gun for first kill. I think it's run specific. Bug associated with the pickaxe. My actual money drops from the mimics themselves were low there as well. I have to go. Take it easy, Brucey. Have a good one. Pickaxe values set all the money drops. So should I, like, get the first kill without a pickaxe equipped and then switch or something? Quagga want to farm money? Game? No. Protagonizer. Seems like it'd be spicy on a Clog Reborn build. Protagonizer in a vacuum is a good way of getting extra damage into some things in the game that need the damage, such as Barrage, Dire Sacrifice, Storm Smite, those things. Clog Reborn together, you are losing a lot in other areas. Protagonizer does not really necessarily gain that back because you can use Protagonizer on any multi-class combo. I would say it depends on your choice of action skill. Would be the biggest deciding factor with Protagonizer. But yes, it has a lot of potential. An awkward thing about Protagonizer, though, is it does force you into the attunement stat in your hero points, which does mean you are unable to max both crit damage and crit chance, which are things Protagonizer gives you, so it's kind of a circular, and it's really hard to get a good one. Really want to use Storm Smite. Presently on an Executioner loadout, I'm struggling a bit at Chaos 50. I can clear content, but fights like Theodore is still giving me grief. Yeah, I'm unsure if Storm Smite can even connect with the soul cells, to be perfectly honest. That'll be something worth testing out. Know if there's an actual damage formula? Yes, exclamation point and damage. Okay, that's proper money. We got a kill. Now let's switch. Yeah, it's working now. They were getting 1,500 per hit instead of 3. Drastically different numbers. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. Sen and CZ worked very hard on that with lots of community help in various areas. It's a great resource. And it is lovingly maintained and updated with, well, whenever it needs to be. Our Storm Dragon's Judgment, I like to use Storm Smite as well. So with Storm Dragon's Judgment, you're probably looking at Stabomancer as the other class to get the most value out of that. Because with Hexecutioner, you can just pump spell damage through a Paradigm, Spellblade, whatever, to help it. But it doesn't help the interactions. Like, Alchemical Agent is huge. It's really hard to overstate the value of Alchemical Agent. It's super fucking good. Especially for something with low windows of, like, actually doing anything. Such as Storm Dragon's Judgment melee. Because you get the 3 hits, and then you recall it. Then you wait 5 seconds, you get 3 hits, you recall it. Which makes it a very inefficient Ghostblade. So if you were to try to make it work on Hexecutioner, you'd be basically treating it like a Stab-O-Matic. So like anything relevant to a Stab-O-Matic setup, be that Spellblade, Paradigm, Spellmeister, all that stuff, you're gonna end up needing some of that for it to really feel like it's doing anything against bosses. And mobbing, you'll be okay, just regular melee style investment with supporting kit. But against bosses, you're going to need to pull out some dirty tricks with Storm Dragon's Judgment. How hard are the class-specific enchants to get? I've only seen like 2 on Try Barrage with Reload enchant. Vary. They're simply weighted less heavily in the pool than some less desirable ones. The deck is intentionally stacked against you. It can take you quite a long time. If you get stuck on an item, like you get it to the point where the reroll's 4,000, it might be better if you have other copies of the item, even if they're not quite as good, to just roll those as well until they're at that 4,000 mark, because you get more rolls for Moon Orbs that way. And like, the perfect roll without the enchant is still not going to be as good as the almost perfect roll with the enchant, if that makes sense. Want on a Body Rune? Cool, Body Rune's a great example of this. You can just get a bunch of Body Runes because there's not that much variance in parts on that. It's either no augment, health augment, or capacity augment. So only 3 potential augment rolls, and then you've got Chaos Tier to worry about. Because it's a Body Rune, it'll be fine on any Chaos Tier. So legit, just get as many Body Runes as you can. The rolls on them don't matter, and then just roll them. And once it gets to 4K, if it's not good parts, get rid of it. If it is good parts, maybe keep it and hope you get lucky later. Or you want the Stabbo from the Shadows enchant and can't get it. Yeah, it's tough. That is one of the problems I would consider to be more eminent than made-up enemy damage issues. That being enchantment accessibility for players. Especially considering that's about to get worse when we get Blightcaller, because we can assume Blightcaller is going to have character-specific enchants as well. And that is simply more stuff in the pool. Only way is fight raid boss at the end of chamber. Body rune's also in the world drop pool. It drops from Bunny Dog, so you can choose to fight just the yellow raid boss if you want to get it that way from the dedicated source. But it's also in the world drop pool, so the ward bunny is going to be good as well. So optimal farm is going to be doing a run, doing the yellow raid boss, hoping for it from there. If you don't get it from there, hope for it from the bunnies. Question is if they'll go the designer's cut route and have Blight Collar and Chance of the pool even if you don't own the class. Ooh. I certainly hope not. About the same thing for Blight Collar armor. Armor I'm a little less concerned with because while armor combinations are gonna go up, there's gonna be a new combination for each of the existing classes, and that could mean skills that aren't currently available. So yes, the chances of getting one thing individually go down, but there are gonna be several potentially desirable things added. Whereas, in the case of an enchantment, if you are not playing Blight Collar, a Blight Collar enchant is not useful to you at all. But getting a Blight Collar armor, it's going to have another class on it. So, decent shot that that's relevant. Not every build needs class power for both classes. Right. In many cases, the skills are more important. This is one of them, for example. This is primary Clawbringer. I'm not a Clawbringer at all. All the raid bosses runes are in every chamber run? No. In featured, every featured run has all three. But in other runs, it's chance-based. Some of the Chaos Trials have all three, but it's chance-based. So, you might get them, you might not. You might get 0, you might get 1, you might get 2, you might get 3. It depends. But featured is the best way of doing raid boss runs, because you always get the chance. Sure, I feel it's unlikely for more casual players. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just gonna bloat the pool a lot for most players. You have to play in a very generalist way for what I said about skill combinations to really effectively apply to you, and that's not going to be the majority of the player base. There's always a chance. Well, technically you only have, out of the base game bosses, a 1 in 12 chance, and then that's not including DLC bosses, so it's only a chance of a chance, but yes, chance of a chance. You always have a chance of a chance. Luck. Conversely, if it does not drop for non-DLC 4 owners, it will lock people out of the option of using the armor skill combo. Yeah, I'm curious to see how that works. So, for example, in BL3, with DLC 6, they added class mods that gave DLC 5 skills. Now, technically those were added by DLC 5, but made available by DLC 6 and labeled as DLC 6 items. But you could use DLC 6 armor to give yourself DLC 5 skills, and it would work. If I'm remembering correctly. So, like, I don't know how they'll handle it. Apparently a double status roll on Purple Primordial Amulet, it's 81.8. Yeah, the stats get really high at high chaos tiers. Manic Geek, it's nuts. like 96 on Ascended. Yeah. It's important to note that not everything scales up evenly with Chaos tiers. For example, your guns are gonna constantly be proportionally doing a little bit less each time it goes up, because enemy health goes up faster than your gun gets the damage. But certain other stats get more and more impactful, such as like anything you roll on an armor, or ring, or amulet. It's just the weight of it gets bigger. Class power goes up with Chaos here, and that becomes real important depending on what you're doing. For example, Stabo power from the Shadows duration. Currently with just secondary class power on an Ascended, and then primary class power on a Volatile for the Amulet, I have 60% Berserker power. So if that was all Stabo power, that's 60% more from the Shadows duration. That's not a damage thing directly, but that is still ridiculously impactful. So class power gets way, way more desirable as your Chaos tiers go up, whereas having your gun on Chaos tier gets less desirable, proportionally. The increases become less and less valuable. Though you still want them because the HP is going up. More Barbara, of course. And there will be more minor things such as the chance of Barbaload's effect goes up with Chaos tier. So it's like, oh, okay. But then if you look at the Protagonizer Amulet, the value you get per point of your attunement stat, that goes up with Chaos tier. Miasmic Mail, the status effect damage bonus goes up with Chaos tier. Not all items are equal in that regard. And this does feed back into the whole thing where if the backseat game dev suggestion of just remove Chaos 50 was ever to come to fruition, they would create either the problem of people having gear way better than what you could obtain, or people having gear that they worked hard for completely removed from them. I'll note that that's gear that technically was only made accessible by Chaos 50 and was in the game files since launch, because Ascended has been known since launch. Just wasn't obtainable. TLDR, I just needed to hit it on the issue again that, oh, why did I do this? That the idea being floated of removing Chaos 50 is a silly one. Amalgam effect increases. Yeah. Amnesia only increases very indirectly. Calamity doesn't increase. Think Chaos tiers are gonna go up again? I'd say it'd be unlikely. As there's no announced tier of gear hanging over our heads anymore. Like, we knew we'd eventually get Primordial, and we knew we'd eventually get Ascended. That's not applicable anymore. But something that did happen in Borderlands 3 was they eventually gave us Mayhem 11, which did not have a direct difficulty increase over Mayhem 10, but it was an extra difficulty option that was not associated with gear whatsoever, because it just dropped Mayhem 10 gear. So it's loose precedent, but I think it's there. That an increase is possible. Do I think it's likely? No. Not at all. And do I think it would introduce higher tier of gear? Absolutely not. Billion gold, can I have a couple mil? Sure, come through. Hope it does increase to like 60, just more chances at Ascended. I think that would be the most likely outcome. Just a few tiers for extra elective difficulty for people who want it. Remember, you do not have to do the big number. Talking to you people who want people's difficulty choices removed. I think a couple tiers for a little extra difficulty and better rates on Ascended would be reasonable. And I think that would become outright necessary if the pressure to nerf Chaos 50, you know, if they acquiesce to that. But once again, it's absolutely wild to me that we have a system where there's 153 elective difficulty levels with the additional layers of curses and elite rooms, and people still throw an absolute shit fit when they climb into the furnace. Complainers can't complain at all if it's uncapped. Oh, you know they will anyway, Pragmatic. You know full fucking well they will. Makes them feel bad, and making them feel bad can't be their own fault. Be dumb and fickle. It's not dumb. I don't want to reduce it to that, because that's overly dismissive, and I think that's a little meaner than it needs to be. I'm not saying you're being mean by that, by the way. I think the important way of looking at it is that it's, once again, it's all a mentality thing. A lot of these issues that people manufacture with games like this, out of thin air, that have no logical basis, are because people have an emotion that they can't handle, so then they project it into, oh, it's the game's fault. Example, hey, I can't survive on Chaos 50. So, did you improve the survivability of your build at all because of that problem? Well, that's too much effort. So, it'll spin into, hey, remove these difficulty levels, because I don't want to fucking try. Like, that kind of thing gets picked up by people, and it amplifies, and it becomes a whole mob voice. And it's frustrating, because just easily disprovable things like that have caused damage to previous titles, such as Borderlands 3, when people couldn't handle the idea of people farming items differently than them. So they screamed until we got a massive reduction to world drop rates that did absolutely nothing except hurt the game. And did nothing to improve the game in the eyes of people who requested those changes. So, like, maybe someone needs to call these people out on their shit. I'll be that guy. I can take the heat. No, they'd still complain about having a cap of 50 or 60, etc. Gives people a specific goal, they get mad when they can't do it. Well, the alternative is... Well, let's use Borderlands 3 as an example once again. With Mayhem 2.0, Borderlands 3 allowed people to go directly to Mayhem 10 if they wanted to. So you had a bunch of people go to Mayhem 10 without upgrading their gear, without upgrading their builds, understanding how the game had changed with the update, and then absolutely just fail. They failed. And got the game's difficulty ceiling nerfed multiple times because of it. Like, Guardian Takedown never got its difficulty back, by the way. And Borderlands 3 as a whole, due to many updates to power creep, became too easy. So if that feedback had never reached the crescendo that it had, proportionally, the game's difficulty would have been better balanced at this point, right now, in 2022. But that is what happened when short-sighted people control the conversation. So I refuse to let the short-sighted people control the conversation. Discover the awesome nature of Ski Prod and Barbaload and just a bunch of mobs. It's so good, isn't it? It's just so ridiculously satisfying and efficient. Ski Prod's fire and reload go crazy too. I'm pretty sure Ski Prod is tied for fastest reload in the game. 0.8 seconds is frighteningly quick. I think only pushpins compete. Lost my dark magic stab at Barbaload. Oh no, what happened? I mean to be mean, I'm very tired of dumb comments and tweets and bad suggestions. There's so many bad suggestions. Backseat to game dev. Some of the stuff you see out there makes you very glad that while feedback is definitely considered, it's not gospel. Ruby's fight is 1.1 reload, still really fast. Yeah, you've got a lot in the 1.1, 1.2, 1.3 range. That's like Ruby's Spite, Carouser, Crossblade, are all in that region. It's just gone. Ugh. I've heard of people losing items. It has not happened to me personally, but I've heard of it. Now, sometimes I'll swear I lost an item because the UI is terrible and it will make it look like a different item. And more than one time, I've just accidentally sold the wrong item due to not paying attention. So sometimes it is on me. Assuming I did something stupid. It's okay, I do that too. Muscle memory. Back to work, have a good one. Take it easy, Pragmatic. Thanks for stopping in. About to ask what the yellow rune is. It wasn't until Manic Geek told me which rune it's in that I bothered to look for the blue one. Some of the locations are very obvious, some of them are less than obvious. That's the only game I've seen where casual players default think they have to play at the maximum difficulty, and I don't quite know what that stems from. Because the most incessantly talked about of the series, BL2, is one where you had to earn your difficulty levels, and where large portions of the player base just have decided to ignore the top two as if they don't exist. Like, they're willing to do that there. Why won't they do it for anything newer? I don't understand. Like, the same people who are advocating for removal of difficulty options from the entire player base because they are too prideful to use a slider, the same people are the ones who are willing to not use the OP level system at all when they play that game. So, is it a double standard, or am I losing my goddamn mind? It's both? Alright, cool. Or the guy watching your stream and just walk past the blue sigil. Uh-huh. See, I'm not very observant when it comes to that kind of thing. Just nope. Some of them are absolutely in your face, like you cannot miss. Other ones, if you're not good at the having eyes thing, like me, you overlook. Don't forget to hydrate and wipe your butt. That's a callback to what I said when I was getting coffee at the start of the stream. It had to be there. Maybe the Choose Your Mayhem system of BL3 ruined it. People no longer think they need to earn their difficulty, coupled with BL3 consistently getting both gear buffs and difficulty nerfs. So then encounter difficulty again in Wonderlands, they Hulk out. That's a good conclusion to come to, Brendan. I mean, people are still cry-bullying about Guardian Takedown, asking them to stand in a glowing square. So, like... I think you're onto something. Hey, Harry Daughter. Welcome back. Stay wipe hydrated. Yes. Stuck at Chaos Chamber and Chaos 5. Which was Chaos 5? That is Lachance. Okay, are you element matching? Lachance has a bone health bar, so if you get a really good source of cryo damage, that'll be good against him. Bossing damage is usually where people have trouble with their DPS output in this game. You say lower and farm better gear? You can absolutely do that. I'd say that'd be the healthiest way of doing it. That's where you're struggling? Okay. So, I'd recommend be on the highest chaos level that you can still efficiently clear, and then farm up some gear upgrades. Make sure you cover the situations that you're having trouble in. So, like, if you're having trouble against Lachance, a single boss that has a bone health bar, you want to farm up a good bossing gun in cryo. There's going to be other bosses that are going to cause you similar problems. The next one that'll give you trouble is either 6 or 7, probably both. That link that I used has the bosses for each one. So 6 is Wastard. For him, you're going to want a good lightning gun and a good fire gun. So I'd have a good bossing gun in each element to kind of future-proof you against future things. So Torg stickies are great, Luddites, body rockers, encapsulators, sword explosion, all of those will do the job. Reliable bossing choices. GTD crystals or DPS build check, standard ground kill, and limited spawn on enemies until the charges are complete. Well, that's the thing, Doc. Nope. You know the most efficient way of completing crystals in GTD? Pacifist. The fastest, most consistent clears of the crystals mechanic are by not killing anything, and by instead using crowd control mechanics for area denial. Things as simple as using cryo stuff to freeze, using aggro modifying effects such as a Mesmer Grenade or Mara's Glamour Augment, Flax Pet Taunts, even body blocking with Iron Bear. Like, there's lots of ways of doing it. Now, you can force it as a DPS check. You can, and that is what I do in my world record flak run of the content. But that requires much more effort, is much more unreliable, requires much more gear and knowledge of the content. It is literally doing the mechanic on hard mode to do it that way. That's something that a large portion of the fan base never bothered to put in the time to understand. They flailed at it, and they failed, and then blamed the content. Total scrub of video games and Magic Chaos 50, that's how I know their arguments don't hold up. And that's why I doubled down on my assertion that it's a mentality thing. Because, Kirk, you might not have the raw talent for games that other people do. I know I'm not high up on the raw talent scale either. But what we have that a lot of people don't is the attitude of being willing to improve and learn from mistakes, and open to the concept that, yeah, I can't do this because I am doing something incorrectly. That attitude gets you way farther than even natural ability does. You could be an absolute cracked, ridiculous gamer. You could brute force some stuff that the game might not intend for you to brute force, sure. But you know what's even better than that? Understanding the problem and approaching it with the solutions the game offers you to that problem. It all comes back to attitude. Main thing about these games is literally just learning. Yup. Let me compare it to another franchise that's viewed as difficult in gaming. Souls games, FromSoft games, you know, Dark Souls, Sekiro, Elden Ring, Bloodborne, those games. Those games are just punishing. They're not difficult, they are punishing, and there's a difference because almost all difficult situations in those games are engineered by forcing you to learn a pattern, whether a pattern of things you need to do or a pattern of things you need to avoid. It's through repetition of patterns. Now that concept can, you know, branch out to do a bunch of different things, which is why the gameplay is still varied, but the core thing is learning patterns. This game isn't different, it's a much simpler implementation of that. Which is good, and that's actually an accessible form of difficulty because more people can repeat patterns than they can learn things like, or do things like train their twitch reflexes. You know, if you were a competitive FPS gamer, there's a certain threshold of, hey, you just need to be fast. Like, that's it. I can't ever do something like that, but I, someone who's not that talented as a gamer, I can put in the time to learn how to navigate the situations I'm putting myself in. I can adjust the elective difficulty, of which we have 153 before curses and elites in this game. I can adjust that to a level where I am comfortable and can learn to the best of my ability, and then customize my gameplay to what my choice and my preference would be. All the crying about difficulty when you are on the max and unwilling to conform to mechanics does is remove other people's choices, which is always, always the wrong answer when it comes to game design. That's just my 2 cents. That was pretty wordy, so maybe more like 4 cents. But you get the concept. Starting in the chamber at like 37, I think the issue is after some pseudo guns, got the KS5, now level 40 weapons, seeing kind of it. Yeah, making sure your gear is on level is going to do a lot for you. Going back and refarming those items, even just getting them at level 40 is going to do a huge thing for you. Each individual level does so much for your stats on an item. especially at that point in time. $330 mil. Progress. We've made over 100 mil so far today, chat. Game? Why am I here? Why did it spawn me here? I can't move. I'm stuck. Hey David, how you doing? Help step new you. Okay. Step Fade Maker. Kevin, why are you half under my bed? He was just chilling, like his front half under my bed, and the back half sticking out. Just like vibing. And as soon as I called him out, he got up, looked at me, and walked away. You tell that most of the people crying about game mechanics basically ruining their egos, need for a power fantasy, and never played old school games. Where if you weren't pixel perfect on some jumps, frame perfect some time, you would just die and die 3 times through all over. Well, that's also true, but there's people who also haven't played those kinds of games and don't enjoy that level of challenge, who simply still want to have options to consume the game in the way they want to. Like, I don't understand why, this is not referring to anyone here, why your inability to use the difficulty sliders presented to you, the multiple layers, your refusal of that means that the entire ceiling of the game should go down for everybody when you can just do it for you without taking anyone else's choices away or losing access to any content. It's fundamentally selfish. It is an ego thing. Now, I don't know, maybe it can be traced back to people wanting to create content, like builds and stuff, to get people to pay attention to them, and then them being unwilling to make sure that those builds could actually function on the highest difficulty, so they want the easy out of, hey, it doesn't need to be as good because the difficulty isn't as high. But like, as we touched on earlier, there are some things that hold up better on higher difficulties and some that are worse. Some things that get proportionally stronger on higher ones and some that don't. So like, it's not necessarily that easy. I will never understand why this pervasive thought process in the LANs community of other person's toys need to go. It wins out over, like, giving people more choices. Like, I think dedicated farming, for example, is fucking stupid. I think it's a ridiculously boring way of consuming any video game, and you're not even playing. Like, it's not fun. It is not interesting. It is a byproduct of technological limitations from games a decade and a half ago, and it can rot. It is holding us back as an industry. But you know what I don't do? I don't go rail for it to be removed from the game completely, because I understand that some people want to play the game that way. So, I instead advocate for everyone having options, for that being a thing, and other things also being a thing. Things like bunny farming, things like wheel farming, things like world drop farming. You know, stuff like that, allowing people to choose how they want to consume the experience. But on the other side, you'll have people who identify as dedicated farmers asking for the bunnies to be nerfed, the wheel to be removed, world drops to be nerfed. Like, why? Why should I suffer because you're not creative? I shouldn't. And for anyone who's thinking the quiet part, yeah, these takes do not make me a lot of friends in this fan base, but fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. Got the barrage chance on the worst body rune. I have pain. Remember, Crimson, it being on a subpar body rune is better than not having it on a body rune at all. And once again, what you outlined about having difficulty getting specific enchants on items for your build, that is a real problem with the game that I wish the community would actually, like, decide to give a shit about instead of inventing problems to make other games in the series look better. But of course, that's a problem that would require actual, you know, consumption of the game to understand, and, well, we know the issue with that. Would you move an enchant from one item to another if they're the same item? Is that too easy? I would like something like that. Like, I think that could be fine, moving it from an item to a copy of the same item, you know, with different parts. I don't see the issue with that, but judging it through the lens of game design choices in previous titles and how Gearbox seems to want this game to work, I don't see it happening. There's the old man rant portion of the stream. No, we're just at the daily, debunk of just horse shit of the Borderlands fan base. Favorite part of the stream? It's sometimes difficult being a very big fan of these games, surrounded by people who will not admit to themselves that they don't like the games. Wild to me. Wild. Hey, B. Kimberly, I hope you're well. Let's Let's see, how much scheduled time in stream? 3 minutes. I'll do a couple more runs. I'd like to round off to 350, but we did break over 100 mil today. With some breaks. And, the first chunk of the stream we weren't using pickaxe. So I feel like we could definitely get this 1 bill goal done. Get to 350 meters. It'd take me another 15 minutes. Something like that. I could. Also nice if they lock the item you're rolling in the middle instead of making you scroll through inventory to find out any shop. Oh, absolutely, David. Absolutely. You can make a long list of UI feature wish lists, but I completely agree with that one. Quick chat, be bad influence. Think the console players? Yeah, it's... Not many people do, now that you bring it up, David. Like, you'll see requests for, certain features that would require more buttons. Console players are already down, what, keybinds for 3 functionalities? 4? It's like, Wish the text chat works with console players. It's weird that it doesn't, because console keyboards, through peripherals or actual keyboards, have been a thing for 16 years, or longer. I just remember them being fairly popular when the Xbox 360 was new, which was 17 years ago. So, like, weird that it isn't a thing, especially because we have full crossplay. They can see it but not use it? Like, why though? Sorry, the Xbox 360 was how many years ago? You heard me, loading screen. I'm sorry. Sorry to find it like this. Xbox 360 came out 17 years ago. I'm not over that too. It's old enough to trigger rent the car and apply for AARP benefits. I don't think it's old enough to do any of those things. I mean, maybe drive the car. But I suppose the first thing depends on where you are. How young can you get AARP or the equivalent benefits elsewhere in the world? Shit, that might just be true entirely. You got me doubting myself, Brendan. Why? Why are you like this? Old enough to vote this year? Yeah, it is. It hits the cutoff. Right? Think. Could choose to be this way. I forgive you. That's disgusting to hear. I'm sorry. Other awkward things. The movie Shrek is old enough to drink in the US. What are some other disturbing ones like that? Anyone got any? I got 10 mil more to grind out, so you got time. Rocket jumping was invented in 1996. Oof. Oof. That one hurts. Cool. Oh, this is not totally related, but, did you guys know that there's 4 United States senators who are, sitting United States senators that are older than chocolate chip cookies? Just a random weird fact. Gangnam Style is 10 years old? Yeah, that one hurt me. I remember the craze to get Gangnam Style to 1 billion views on YouTube. How old are chocolate chip cookies? About 90 years old. 80, 90. Term limits. Frozen becomes a decade next year? Ooh, I was not prepared for that one. I was not prepared for that one. That was a stealthy one. Ouch. One that I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around is that 2015 was 7 years ago. I'm still in that weird space where, like, my brain defaults to thinking it's, like, 2019-ish. So, like, anything in the mid-2010s still feels recent. It wasn't. It really wasn't. Pokemon Red seems recent. My first video game I ever played was Pokemon Blue on the bright green Game Boy Color. Like the lime looking one in 1999. The game came out in 97? I think 98 in the US. Was it the 90s like 8 years ago? Yeah, absolutely. Pokemon Blue for my 5th birthday? Nice. Time is interesting. Paramore is already 18 years. Stop! Oh no! There's probably a math game for PC as my first. Some of those educational games from the 90s were absolutely sick, though. Like, they were just fun. Action skill active only works with specific action skills, right? Works with any that have a duration. So, any that are affected by the action skill duration stat, plus Reaper of Bones and Dire Sacrifice. is the short way of answering that. Incredibles came out 18 years ago. I shouldn't have opened this can of worms. I think it's hurting me, like, more than I expected. Age check, did y'all use a floppy disk? Yes. For any young ones, that's the save icon. The save icon, based on a real thing. Five years and 2 days since Chester. That's wild to me. Yeah, Linkin Park's my childhood. So that's like, that one gets fucky with time. Good old floppy disk, we fit like 4 megs on them. Yup. You guys remember burning CDs? And having that one friend who said they'd burn you a bunch of music, but then, like, they never actually did it, so you'd have to fucking bother them every time you'd see them to get them to burn the music for you. Then they would hand you, like, a bunch of CDs. Just make people CDs all the time. Being the guy with the CD burner is a pretty sweet, gotta say. A lot of tunes. Nice. I remember feeling so cool with a CD player. Like, it was... That was the coolest kid in school type shit. Like, if you had a CD player for, like, the class field trips, you were the main character for the day. I hardly find a CD player anymore. Yeah. I remember recording mixtapes, actual tapes from the radio. My age puts me at a point where I remember that being a thing, but I was not old enough to personally have done that. But I do remember it being a thing. Like, I grew up watching Lion King on Laserdisc. And I have boxes of VHS tapes of various things from my childhood. That's where my age falls. Or having those giant-ass CD carriers. Yes, distracted driving with those. Yeah, trying to change out CDs while driving. I would have to do that for my mom all the time. She'd be like, can you change a CD? I'm like, yeah, alright. Disgusting collection of burned CDs. I DJ'd in college and couldn't afford the new tech. I want CDs to come back. If any one of you say CDs nuts, send, if you're there, stop typing. Nine Inch Nails' Perfect Drug was one of the first cases of music piracy in real audio format. God damn it. First test, got a whole CD rack on one side of the legs. Thought it was the coolest thing at the time. Oh, vaguely related. What year do you guys think DVDs really started falling off? I can't quite pinpoint it. Slightly miss cassette tapes. Kinda do too. I miss VHS, is the big thing for me. Still a full DVD section at Target and Walmart. Yeah, they're not gone yet, but they have been in decline to the point where, like, I'm pretty confident that there's people who were nearing adulthood nowadays who have never used a DVD. DVDs probably when Blockbuster died and Netflix moved more away from DVD by mail. Yeah, Netflix used to be a mail rental service for DVDs. And that's a weird sentence in context of what Netflix is now. Is Redbox still a thing? I'm pretty sure Redbox is still a thing. I've used a DVD. There's hope for the young people. Redbox still exists? Rad. Fun fact, Netflix still does DVD rental. See, I didn't know that. That blew my mind. I would have thought they'd move away from that, considering, you know, Netflix and their decision-making process. Boomer still exists. Do they still sell DVD players? Good question. Cast 2 is much more enjoyable. Hey, I'm glad it's working out for you, Harry. You can just have a much more enjoyable experience by playing on a difficulty level where you can get stuff done and still feel involved. So never hesitate to bump down your difficulty if you need to grab some extra gear or just be a little more efficient. Remember, you're never missing out on content. Blu-ray players are some of the most bought items every Black Friday. Well, I kind of differentiate between Blu-ray and DVD. Because I remember when Blu-ray started becoming, like, really... People were like, wow, this is so cutting edge. This was, what, about 2006? 2007? Because it was a big deal that the PS3 had a Blu-ray drive. And you guys remember the external, the Xbox 360 HD DVD drive? Loading screen. We share a brain cell. All are now combo players? Yeah. I own every HD DVD made, I'm pretty sure. All 6 of them. Listen, all that needs to be said is that HD DVDs went to war with Blu-rays, and, well, we know how that turned out. It's a real Zune iPod type of situation, you know? Does anyone have a Zune? I do? Nice. My war was VHS versus beta. Physical media wars I've survived my lifetime so far. 1,000-yard stairs. Also one of those big chonk iPods. I remember the iPod Mini, which the name is ironic now because the thing's like a fucking brick. It's like this soda can I have. Take about half of this That's an iPod mini. About half a soda can. So, not small, but for the time. Or the Juke phone? No, I don't. Oh no. I'm the youngin' now. Or my memory's bad. Oh, your haunted look I see daily in the mirror? Oh no, Bray Traymore. We're getting close, chat. 348 mil. Just about. Yeah, I'll update it. We'll round. Blow me up. My death thing. Right about 1,000-yard sales at first, and it's oddly appropriate. That fits. You're not wrong. That does work there. Does Double Dot still proc if it's on my class mod, but I'm not level down the tree to unlock it? Yes. Yes, it does. As long as you are the appropriate class, you will get that skill from that armor. Even if you're not that far down the tree, if you don't have points in it, you still get it. First one I had downloading music on a phone when it was new was awesome. My very first phone I had was a flip phone. I think it was a Razr. Motorola Razr. But I was so obsessed with like the fact that you could have music ringtones. It was the coolest thing to me. Alright, one more. And ringbacks? Yeah. That one got you stumped. Had many models of Nokia hand-me-downs. Ah, so indestructible devices that will outlive humanity? Yeah. Snake on Nokia phones. The original. You have games on your phone? Broke 350 mil. So, I started today's stream in the 220s. And now we're in the 350s. And this is with learning some farming strats as we went. Away from Wonderland since the first DLC release, rather disappointed. I think a bit more substantial come out since then, so you're on KS50s, that's a nice change to see. Yeah, deuces. The second DLC came out, and it kind of did the inverse of the first one. So the first one had some boring mobbing and an okay boss. The second one had some really cool mobbing, and then just a problematic boss. Her hitboxes are terrible, she's just not very fun. So that one was kind of also a miss for different reasons. But then they zeroed in the third one, while the boss does have its hit detection issues, it's unique and interesting. And the structure of the third mirror definitely got more people on board. The third one was much more well received, and we're currently waiting on information on the release of the fourth DLC, which will have a mirror and a 7th playable class. So, good time to get back in. Yeah, we're up to Chaos 50, which, remember, it's elective difficulty. There's a lot of people currently wanting Chaos 50 to be removed from the game because they don't understand elective difficulty. But it's an option there if you want it. Balance has improved a lot. A lot of things have been buffed. Some problematic things have been scaled back a little bit. Not to the point of being unusable, just being more healthy. And we've got some cool new gear throughout the DLCs. I'd say it's a good time to come back. Excellent to hear. I'll probably finish up Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, pop back into Wonderlands, many thanks. Hey, happy to tell you some good news. Nerf Pixies, hopefully, Pinky. Hopefully those are next. But yeah, that's gonna be it for stream today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Tomorrow, Variety Saturday, the plan is to play Stray. That's the plan. They never nerfed Pixies. They actually kind of indirectly buffed them a couple times, but they nerfed Spell Shot a little bit. They nerfed Magic Bullets a little bit. Some stuff got toned down. Livewire got nerfed a little bit, but yeah, there's still some craziness. Anyway, let's find somewhere to go. But yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out. Lazy's doing Wonderland stuff. K6 is still on BL3. Epic's playing some movement mods for BL2. Scarlet's playing Stray. Pascaroni's also on BL2. Cat's playing Wonderlands. She's farming some Chaos 50 stuff. Yeah, I want to eat lunch and watch Lazy, so we're going there. I know, low effort. Raid message will be... Quagchad stonks, Quagchad stonks, Quagchad stonks, etc., etc. Copy that, spam it. Money. Yeah, so you guys, I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, your weekend. If you're farming in Wonderlands, enjoy all that stuff. But yeah, have a good time. Stay cool. It's nightmarishly hot out today. I'm not looking forward to that. But anyway, love y'all. Thank you. And for all the generosity and support today. And fun conversation. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
I get to put Spore Warden at the very bottom and smile about it.